Hey, we're live. Liked music. Down for some bird bath, I think. Make sure the mixing's right. The mixing is definitely not right. Okay, that should be fine. And I ping the Discord and I refresh the slots on coffee, and I don't think there's anything else I forgot to do. And we're up on both platforms. Cool. We can do our silly daily games. This is Halo Fountain. Hello, everyone. Enchament. No, so this is an enchantment. What the fuck is this? Encham. No audio? Fuck! No, you're lying, you motherfucker! Permanently banned! No, I'm joking. You're just muted or something. At least I think my audio's working on YouTube. Hello, can't hear. You guys are joking, right? Or you guys are your audio is just fine. Exactly. Don't do that. Don't do that. Hum. E-N. God, it's gonna be the whole enchantment spelling thing all over again, where I spelled enchantment wrong like 5 times. E-N-C-H-A. Oh no. N-T. E-N-C-H-A. M-E-N-T. Okay, so it is an enchantment. We're fine. If you... Oh no. Is this that one enchantment that's like whenever you cast a spell that targets a creature, you make a 1/1? No, because this mentions like a +1/+1 counter, or it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. As long, no. So this isn't like quest counter stuff. I was thinking about maybe Beastmaster Ascension. Until end of turn. So that's until end of turn. Create a 1/1 black or white or green 4-character creature token. Okay, I have a question. I put a coffee thing for Tuesday because I thought it would be done that day, and you said it's Tuesday. I didn't know Sunday was for the next day because the dates were changed. Do I have to wait Tuesday to see it then? I apologize, my first time doing this. Okay, so yes, when you buy a deck review for the Tuesday slot, and it's the Tuesday stream, it's for next Tuesday. We have 6 deck reviews today that we'll get through, and then yours will be on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday. Also, thank you for reminding me. Okay, I did remember to change the date this time. Just double checking there. Okay. So, interestingly here, +something until end of turn. Creature. Whoa. Bull-Laid Chop, thank you for the Prime sub. Also, Creative Cha, thank you for the tier 1. My fault. And thank you both for starting a scam train. If you... I always think if you whenever I see this. This isn't like Control. Yeah, no, so it's definitely not Control. Creatures. Because it makes a 1/1 green, white, or black something token. And it pumps stuff until end of turn. This enchantment does. No, it wouldn't be if one. If one, because it'd be or more. Because, like, this isn't or more. Whenever. No. So this wouldn't be whenever, I think. Here, I'll just put an E in. Whenever. Okay, it's a green creature token, which I guess makes sense because it pumps something. Gets plus something until end of turn. Hey Elk, any advice on getting the Duskborn Amanat to precon to win games? I recommend putting good cards in it. Nice quiet stream. Love to see it. Is there something wrong with my audio, guys? Is this picking up the wrong microphone? Like, what's happening? It's picking up the right microphone. It's like decently loud. Maybe I'll turn it up a little bit. You are very quiet. Weird. I don't know why that's happening. Okay. Anyway. Whenever... What the fuck is happening here? Whenever something... Like, what is this? Or if... Oh, sound is here, just really quiet. Hello? I don't know. I don't know why it's quiet, guys. Turn me up. There you go. Just turn me up. There's legitimate... I've turned the gain all the way up. Unless you want me to explode your eardrums, I can't turn it up anymore. Oh no, it's getting worse. Are you a troll? Are you like... Is this a gag? What's happening? I've never had so many audio issues when I've streamed. You made it quieter, I feel like? I turned up the gain! I did the opposite! Okay, you're good. That's because I was screaming. Look, man, I'm being honest with you. Don't yell at me. I yell all the time. Don't take it personally. It's part of the charm. Whenever... dude, I don't know. Hey. At the beginning... Oh, fuck off. Beginning of combat on your turn. Target. See, no. Target, what the fuck? I turned you up and then had my eardrums explode. Awesome. Everything's working as planned then. At the beginning of your upkeep, target something. I have no idea what this word is either. You control gets plus something until end of turn. Whenever what? What? Whenever an enchantment or whenever an starts with a vowel. Yeah, this is at the beginning of combat on your turn. Yes, we've established that. Whenever an something what could this be? Whenever an opponent casts. Whenever an opponent casts No, this can't be cast, can it? It can be, right? Their second spell each turn. Create a cast their second spell each turn. Create a something green something creature token. So if opponent double spells, you get a thing. And then I have no idea what this card is. This is some kind of kindred thing? Is it? Frog? Is it frog? I don't think it's frog. This is stumping me really hard. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, create a 2/2 green something creature token. At the beginning of combat on Pest. Oh, it's Blightmount? No. And Pest would be black and green. This is just green. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature, or no. Object. Like, what is this? Target? Boom. Oh, this is also the creature type. Or other thing. You control gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Worm. Dog, I'm gonna be real. I do not know what's happening here. Give me more vowels. At the beginning of... What vowel is in here? Wolf. Shit. It's the, Howling Moon. Yeah, that's a card I never would have gotten in a million years. Second spell each turn made me think it was a white card. Wolf or werewolf. Ah! That's why that was fucking me up so bad. Target wolf or werewolf you control. I'm like looking for creature somewhere. I'm like, cannot find it. Also, good news, Scryfall exploded. Are you shitting me? Okay, Scryfall is down, guys. We can't do the stream while it's down. So, we're going to do the crossword. What her friends call Miss Shadiki. I don't know. Bog Cadaver Chaos Imps. Minamo Historian. Oh, Kaho. Either buried or foreboding. These could be a hold field worth, and of course, crab. I don't know. Ikra Shadiki. Tenz's named one of these killing implements. Oh, this is one of the artists I know. A Crowan veteran, a human soldier who props up friends. Oh, it's Onychthea. It's not Onychthea, is it? Onychthea is the is it Onychthea? Of 24 cross. It's a 5 down to follow. Test driving a car you fully intend to crash. I see. Okay, well, we can figure that out. Another example of 19 and cross. Although this is never without its cat buddy. Belia, dog. And then this is Rin. $17 is Sonic. Yeah. Guesting from Avatar. This character is on a scornful striker. Oh, Jaded Edge. May. Step through one. It can be Cryptic or Azores. Gateway. Ishin's This Many Heavens. Well, Rico's This Many Reflections. Is it of 2 reflections? Two heavens as one? That's what I remember anyway. Fake for Obliterator? Dog, we've established that I can hardly read. You're being ableist. I did not read that clue yet. You expect me to absorb all of these words at once? This is too many. I can only read what's highlighted. We have no info on this winter. A state of mind shared by Knuckleblade, Firecat, and Thalid. Savage. Comes between Splice and Arcane onto. These growing rights of Itlamok. Green target creature on your graveyard on top of your library. Reclaim. Y'all wouldn't have never gotten that. For real. Abbreviation for Doctor Who's Antarctic Research Base. Or maybe the set code for Alara Reborn. Oh, no. I don't know Alara Reborn's set code. And I don't know that much about Doctor Who. I know a little. First name of Pakal, the Thousand Moons. Aneem. With the, she's the renegade Time Lord antagonist from Doctor Who. What do you mean? There's multiple Doctor Who clues. Perhaps with next year's Oceans Plane, we'll see a 4th version of this chambered mollusk. Nautilus? Is it us? I think it's us. Neonate giving you attitude for red. Manners are for mortals. Oh, insolent neonate. I used to run that in a little cheap Alesha deck. The most metal guy, family scrub. Might. Vault of Whispers, also know of Ishsa. I need some synergy demon help here. I was pretty sure Garden of Flowers is available, including Kinesos, as you play Stormtide, Leviathan, anything. So just a one slot. My friend told me it wasn't good enough or too inconsistent. What's your all's take? So, do you know what Carpet of Flowers does? Or is Garden of Flowers a different card? Oh, Scribe falls down. I can't look it up. So Garden of Flowers doesn't exist. Did you mean Carpet? This card, Carpet of Flowers? Did you mean this? I am using Gatherer. Beep, 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 paging Raptor the Soul. Because this is the number of islands target opponent controls. This is, you can't target yourself in Kinesos. So, because you're not an opponent. Unless you have like some kind of mental self-annihilation thing going on. Yes, and Stormtide makes everything an island. Oh, I see. So you're trying to Stormtide your opponents. It's okay. If you have Stormtide Leviathan in play, you're already winning that game. Proceed Stagnation or Insanity, Sire. Either Buried or for boarding Ruin. Is one of these killing him if it's a Maul. When 3 of 19 across are stapled together and hired for security. 19. Dogs. 3 of that. Okay, hang on. Committing this 24 across. It's a tough 5 down to follow, especially if it's a sack outlet. We'll come back to that. Term for commander deck with only one color. Oh, mono. The mirror of variety that taps for black. This is leaden mirror. So this is not a Nykthia. Nykthia is the one that makes dead people come back to life. There's one. I'm familiar with it. It makes another creature into a 2/2 that's attack, 4/4 rather, that's attacking. So it changes the stats of something, but fuck, I cannot remember her name for the life of me. So we'll just fill it out like this. Might be divine, though you might borrow Arrow. Artist Vulcan Baga. Okay, today's artist clues are all really easy. Safia clapped her hands and 20 flying blank appeared to the side. Well trained in the art of combat. Weird. Wordlight Eris, Samite Healer. Orim of the Chant. The kind of cola enjoyed by Wastelanders. Especially Sierra Nevada. No, wait. Type of cola enjoyed by Wasteland. Oh, Nuka. Aha. I saw Sierra. I was like, Sierra Nevada? I'm like, you can't fit Nevada in there. A desert in Chandelar, known for transplanter vultures and little else. Oh, I know. I've seen that card, but... I don't know why I feel like this is... I think this is this. What's this across? 19 of these across. When 3 of 19 across are stapled together and hired for security. Cerberus! You fucking dick. Treason. Okay, and then this is committing of this of 24 across, an act of treason. Terranica, a Crowan veteran. What's missing from Garenbrig or Voldaren? Abbreviation for Doctor Who's and I don't know, man. With the Renegade Time Lord antagonist, the Ronnie. With Boom, it's Bust. I love to bust. Type 1 if you're a buster. The Freak Wizard is known as the Storm Runner. Oh, I know. I can picture the card in my head. It makes 4/4s, but... Or no, it gives your stuff flash, but you know what I mean. Lion's Cuss or Aelin. It's a beast, dinosaur, and elemental. Apex of which is a Luna. No one is saying Orms by Gore. Yeah, this is the eye... evil eye of Orms by Gore. I cannot bust. Your friendly neighborhood Rune Knight from Final Fantasy. This is not correct then. Ish Sa. Isn't this supposed to be Sa? Am I stupid? I think I'm stupid. Code for late 20s set that will break your bank with Silver Queen and Mox Diamond. This is Stronghold. I think. So this is S. This is Celeste. Insolent. I spelled insolent wrong. I see. No, I do know Final Fantasy because I know this is Celeste and it was spelled wrong. I know. I'm just trying to figure out why it got spelled wrong. I don't know Final Fantasy that well. The Vault of Whispers. I thought this was Ishsa, but I guess not. Aluna. And then Stronghold. Okay, I guess that's H then. I was right, but I just spelled insolent wrong. That's what happened. The Efreet Wizard known as Stormrunner. It's like, yeah. With an apostrophe, the Forest Embrace is this Yavi Maya's Embrace. Very popular Rakdos goofball who loves to see sacrifices. This jury. Master of the Review. Add an M for type of gargoyle, guardian, or skeleton, or gate. Manor. Denizen of Ivy Lane. Okay, that was a pretty fast crossword solve, which is very bad because Scryfall, I'm pretty sure, is still down. So I guess we're gonna go to Scrandal. Listen, because we've preempted the Scryfall being down portion of the stream, like, I'll give it like an hour, guys. I'm down to chill, hang out, and yap. But ideally it comes online soon. Steak pie, peas, and gravy. Sure. Or Berber. With a pint, and it's less money. I'm gonna go with the peas and pie. It's probably fine, honestly. Walking on Sunshine Freak Shake. Or the tomahawk steak that costs 100 fucking pounds. Are you shitting me? Where's the shoot myself option? I want neither. These both suck really bad. Hot dog? Or doner kebab with chili sauce pie. Dude, people hate pies, but this is half the price of the hot dog. The hot dog looks fine. It looks okay. I still people are gonna vote for the kebab thing, even though it's a pie. Double bacon cheeseburger or chili cheeseburger, pickled jalapeno spicy tomatoes, but this is free. Like, this looks fine. Chicken tenders with fries or shrimp tacos. Can I be honest? These shrimp tacos look a little sad. I'm still voting for them. It's just, I don't know. This is like so much money for that. Yeah, this is just no-brainer. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more than a little sad. Beef tallow popcorn or pie, mashed peas, and gravy. That sounds pretty yummy. I do like a beef tallow popcorn. Really? I'm surprised the pie won that, because pies typically lose. I'm not even saying pies are necessarily bad. I'm just trying to reflect the will of the public a little. 2 bacon slices. Halloumi fries, onion rings with chips, $10. That sounds just incredible. Loaded nachos. Those nachos look pretty fucking awesome. Like, this also would probably be okay, but this looks good. Soy, garlic, Korean fried chicken poutine, or tacos that look okay. It's probably the $5 soy garlic, like, Korean food. Smoked bologna sandwich, butter pie, peas, and gravy. That's just sad. I do not like that. Community average 5. This is a low day. This is surprisingly low for Scrandle. It's normally 7. Maybe even 6. I guess I can talk about my draft yesterday. So I went 3-0 with white, red, Naya aggro. This is a pretty fucking good limited deck, guys. So you have like insane curves here. Like we played Mystery Booster yesterday as the lore. So I went one game Intangible Virtue. Creatures you control get +1/+1, have vigilance if they're tokens. Into Inspiring Overseer, right? Cantrip. Into Battle Screech for 8 power on turn 4. And then you can like slam Defender of the Queue positioning. So you order your creatures like Hearthstone in a line. And creatures immediately to the left and right of Defender of the Queue get +1/+1 in vigilance. And you also go like Bolt Fire your thing. And then you have like, look at all the token generation there is, right? There's Barbed Batterfist, Tybalt, Molten Birth makes 2/1/1s, Omen of the Sun makes 2/1/1s, Sin's Enlistment makes 2/1/1s, Battle Screech makes 4/1/1s if you have enough creatures to tap to it, Cloud Goat Ranger makes 3/1/1s. Like, there's just a ton of token generation here, so Intangible Virtue was a house. A house. And then, of course, Hazoret the Fervent is broken. I literally, like, drew Hazoret, like, 12 times game 1 against my friend Christian and killed him. Sneltus, thank you for the 2-1, by the way. I opened some money. Little money spread. This is, like, these are, like, both, like, $10, $12. Flusterstorm's, like, 7. And Searing Bridge is, like, 6. And then, I thought I was going to take Nissa as, like, the prize, but I took the Atraxa as the prize from the funny cards. But yeah, that deck was evil. Evil, evil, evil. I unironically like the future frame. Yeah, I love it. It's cool. Okay, Scribefall's still not up, which is terrible. So, let's go to the Ames Randall. So you have to pick the one that has the higher include rate. I think it's Ipnu Rivulet because everyone knows how broken deserts are. Sorry, Hour of Victory. No one likes max speed. This creature enters with a counter if you attack this turn. Whenever this creature attacks, you make a token with Firebending. Or Jazdi, which is insane. Are you shitting me? Jazdi's really good. I think people just don't understand what that card does, so they don't pick it. Dungeon Slop or Marvel Slop? Oh my goodness. What a beautiful choice. Let's go with Varus. Okay, sure. I don't know anything, guys. Skull of Orb. Wow, that's bad. Whenever Grotesque Hybrid deals combat damage to a creature, destroy that creature. It can be regenerated. Discard a card from your hand. Gains flying and protection from green and white until end of turn. And that doesn't... These are both awful. Skull of Orm. Return all enchantments to the top of owners' libraries. What the fuck? Ew! Oh my god! This is the most brutal card I've ever seen. Dude, they have like 15 auras on their things and you just go 12 cards on top of your library. Oh! If you don't have a way to shuffle, you just die. This is where you run like, Scryfall's up. I literally opened Scryfall muscle memory and it actually works. You run Opalescence. Right? What's the thing that makes everything into enchantments? And then you just put everything on top of their owners' libraries. Who gets to order the library? The person you're stacking. So if you put 5 things on top of your opponent's library, your opponent gets to decide how they're stacked. Enchanted Evening. There you go. Opalescence turns them all into creatures. Wow, that's so evil. Anyway, Path of Discovery is just, yeah, it's 1% of decks. Still funny adventure there we had talking about that one. Goldmane Griffin and Mad Prophet. When Goldmane Griffin enters, you may search your library for a Johnny Aspiring Leader. It is a Griffin. I think Mad Prophet just sees more play, right? It has to. It's a looter that with haste. That's fine. Shrike Harpy. Flying tribute 2. When it enters and the tribute was paid, target opponent sacrifices a creature. Whenever Goblin Marshal comes into play or is put into graveyard from the battlefield, put 2 goblins into play. That doesn't seem that bad. I think it's better than the Harpy. Dark Steel Plate or Leonardo da Vinci. It's probably Dark Steel Plate. That card's been around forever. Disorder in the Court or God Hunter Octopus. Probably Disorder in the Court. That's a card I know versus a card that I've never seen. Target creature you control gets +2/+0. Lands. Oh, Celestial Dawn. Celestial Dawn has so many funny gimmicks. Okay. Ams Randall and the Scryfall's back, so we can actually do the stream. So, unless it just went down again, in the second it took me to say that. Let's go to the buy list that has like 3 cards in it. A Johnny. Okay, I can still add cards to decks, and really at the end of the day, that's what matters. So, do we have anyone with the deck review today that we can do? Do we have NTA? Creative name. I guess I should be asking, should anyone go first? We have creative here, so I don't mind. Okay, so we'll do creative name first. Or are your Creative Chow, your creative name, right? Have you changed your username on Twitch? I remember you having a different username. 6 mana. The Goblin was 6 mana. Yeah, I know. It was still fine compared to the other card. Yes, I have. I see. We have a Baitor deck. I should be present, but go ahead without me, and I'll watch. God. Okay, man. Godspeed, brother. I don't know if I need to be deified. Deck's goal is to utilize black ability to throw life away for profit, and then double dip by getting some reanimation off. Bracket 3, the deck is intended to have a bunch of engine pieces running to almost run itself, huh? Like Bob drawing cards, I see, and losing life so the commander can resurrect a scary piece. I see, okay. Even if the commander isn't out, it's still getting value from the engines and reanimating other ways. Deck actually started from Underwhelmed Lich and built up from there. Somewhat my own take on your Ailey Reanimator deck. Okay, yeah, I love Ailey. No restrictions. It feels like the deck's problems getting off the ground. It's dawdling more than I'd like for a cheating deck. That's not helped by the commander costing 5 for sure, but there's other pieces that should be helping cover. Once it's online, it's a threat for sure. Even the commander gets removed, but trying to get past the early game without doing nothing is the biggest problem, I think. So, I want to check the number of entombs you have, because Reanimator at the end of the day, I feel like is a very fragile archetype. And therefore, I'm very invested and making sure that we have enough means to get the creatures in the graveyard consistently, and not have to rely on discarding. Well, discarding's still handy to get dead cards out of your hand, because you will draw dead cards in Reanimator. That's just part and parcel part of it. So, yes, we have Entomb. We have Buried Alive. We have Priest of Fell Rites. This is such a good package because you can Buried Alive for like 3 big fatties and then also have a Priest of Fell Rites that, in that package that you can unearth and then reanimate something. This is like one of my favorite things to do. Kodama's Reach. I mean, this makes sense. I like a little bit of ramp like that because you can get your 5-minute commander out on curve. Seer Command, I'm a little impartial to. I don't know if I really like. Or impartial to means I like it, right? Or I'm partial to it. Chat, I don't know English very well. Which one's correct? Impartial to this card or I'm partial to it? Partial to me sounds more like I like it. Or is this one of those regardless, irregardless things where it doesn't matter what you say? Anyway, Seer Command's God. Impartial's not biased. I am partial to cutting Austere Command from decks. It depends. It depends. But generally speaking, I think you're just not really that worried about the board. You have Mr. Negative. Your life total doesn't matter. Who cares what clock they have on board? Like, just everything's fine. One Ring or Shards is fucking criminal. I've been really coming around on Black Market Connection, specifically if we have a consistent 5-drop we want to be casting, which we do here. I don't know if I like Overlord in the Reanimator deck. It's fine. It's okay. It's just, I don't like milling that much. I think milling is a really bad way of going about getting your Reanimator targets in the graveyard. Which one? Bailmerk? I also cut Satyr Wayfinder. I personally, when I build a Reanimator deck, like, let's look at how much mill I run in Ailey. The answer's none. The answer's none. I did not put a single card that mentions mill in here. I have Incarnation Technique. Caught! I have an Incarnation Technique. Not even Ripples? Ripples is fine. That's kind of high floor. But I run an Incarnation Technique. Incarnation Technique could say not mill 5 cards. Like, just return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and I would still run it in this deck. There's no Stitchers, for example. Yeah, that makes sense. For me, I'm just like also applying the same logic to Satyr Wayfinder. I'm applying the same logic to the other thing I cut that I've already forgotten. Ripples is fine. Ripples is high floor. Oh, Overlord the Bailmerk is the other thing. For me, Overlord is only really good if we are somehow cheating it with Felia, which is not something you can do consistently in Commander, but you can in other formats, right? Like here, it's just like a 5-mana fucking moron, and it's like a 2-mana unearth something. It's like, it's so okay. It's so fine. Like, it's not required. I would rather have that slot to be something cooler, more high impact, more powerful. That's me. I don't know about y'all. I really don't like Feed the Swarm in my Abzan deck. That feels a little weird because we have access to, like, Assassin's Trophy. Like, what are we doing with the Feed the Swarm? Oh, it makes you pay life. My fault. Don't cut me in half. I get you. Delete your comment. I know you're typing it. I put the pieces together eventually. I got there. Any other time, you're so right. Exactly. No, this has life payment synergy, which is funny. I do the same thing in Ailey. Literally the fact that I do the same thing in Ailey, and I have, I'm pretty sure I have Feed the Swarm. Yeah, I Feed the Swarm in Ailey too, despite it being a white deck. Okay. Sylvan Library makes you pay life. Black Order Connection makes you pay life. Necromancy doesn't. I'm wondering if we run like a Phyrexian Delver in that spot. And then we do the classic Grim Servant tech. Well, I was right. It was Servant. When it enters, search your library for card with mana value less than or equal to your devotion in black. The joke is that you have one black devotion on the Grim Servant. So you get Reanimate or you get Entomb, bare minimum. Children of Corliss is also in that pool. That's like 3 really insane cards for your strategy off of one Magic the Gathering card, which is nuts. This was my deck I built from the ground up, eventually discovering the commanders that went on. Like I said, I took a lot of inspiration, yeah. Grim Servant's just, like, in my opinion, non-negotiable. The fact that this and, or Grim Servant and Delver both are just reanimates for 5 mana, that's just insane with Villas. Speaking of being insane with Villas, you could also do Final Parting. This is 6 mana, pay 8 life, draw 8 cards with Villas. Because you put Reanimate in your hand, you put Villas in the graveyard, and then you reanimate Villas and do the whole shebang. And then maybe we just cap it off with a Mother of Runes? Hate to be boring, but... What's the War of the Spark reanimation spell again? Command the Dread Horde, but that doesn't work with Villas. It only works with Mr. Negative. Where it's 6 mana and you pay life. Because that one pays the life first and then puts the creatures on the battlefield. Reanimate is worded specifically to put the creature on the battlefield and then you lose the life. Also, wait, hang on. Okay, I'm going to critique Virtue Persistence here. Simply because we are in the colors for life death. This is something I remember vividly being so sad I couldn't put Naily. Ding! Life. All lands you control become 1/1 creatures until end of turn. They're lands. This part of the card doesn't exist. This is worthless. Death. 1 black, or 1 black, period. Sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. You lose life equal to its mana value. Dink. Dink. Perfect. Yeah, Life Death is a great card. This is in Vintage Cube. It's just reanimate too, exactly. Hate this hand. Love this hand. So about 1. Believe it or not, the One Ring is a Magic the Gathering card that you can cast on turn 2. Formidable Spanker. Discard Villas, Broker of Blood. Search for... It's the one I'm least sold on. I don't really like the One Ring in any Magic the Gathering deck, in my opinion. I think it overtakes every engine. It's just the most broken fucking thing you can do. Oh, here we go. Type creature. Phyrexian Delver, baby. Actually, Grim Servant's better, but you get the idea. All right, next turn. So we wouldn't have been able to do this in your old list. Where you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, or this, yeah, this is 5. So we have 1 floating colorless, get to tutor, reanimate. We have 2 or more opponents. Black, reanimate Villas, lose 8, draw 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then you go tap the One Ring, draw another 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, great. Next turn, lose 3, draw 3. 1, 2, 3. Or like Villas gets blown up, in which case you go like... I guess in hindsight, okay, in hindsight, getting Phyrexian Delver instead of Grim Servant was better because then that line lets you draw the reanimate this turn, maybe as a potential out. Because then you could go, or Final Parting becomes a lot better because you can Final Parting for the reanimate as opposed to being stuck with having to Final Parting for Phyrexian Delver. I guess you could just do Life Death, huh? I'm doing all this talking, but not a lot of thinking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, if Vil's died, you can go Final Parting, Life Death, something in your graveyard. Dink, dink, dink. Life Death, Villas, 1, and then you just draw 8. Like, you have so much card advantage, it's insane. I'm happy you didn't tear me into shreds for my deck crew once. Well, luckily, you mostly copied my list, so it's fine. No, in all honesty, it's more like, do we not discard the hand size? We do. But for the sake of brevity, Maiden, for the sake of brevity, I'm not doing it. But I'm just displaying what you can do. In fact, for this deck, there's already some people thinking about Reliquary Tower. Don't. Discarding the hand size in your Reanimator deck is very good. It's very good. Yeah, exactly. So the idea is that, like, yeah, should I be discarding the hand size? Yes. It's just, it's not very illustrative of what the deck can do. And also I don't have any reanimates in my hand. Like, I would do that to show off things about, like, what makes it good. But, like, it just takes time otherwise. And I'm not interested in taking a bunch of time during the playtest that isn't, like, that's just pedantic time. You know what I mean? But yes. I got a comment on a recent video, by the way, that was like, very bold of you to assume that you can swing with a 4/4 on turn 4. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Some decks are slow, dude. Look at this. Unkeepable hand. Unkeepable hand. Okay, keepable hand. We'll put Cavalier on the bottom. Cavalier's pretty good. I'll put Kozilek's Command on. No, because we can get a Eldrazi Temple. So you put Wildwood Surge on the bottom. All right, drop for turn. Mountain. Expedition map. Next turn. Dink, dink, dink. Get Eldrazi Temple. Next turn. Eldrazi Temple. 1, 2, 3. Here I would Brass's Tunnel Grinder. Discard any number of cards and draw that many. 1, 2. So draw 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, whoops. Those don't go on the bottom. Those go into the graveyard. Wait, flashback card in the graveyard. Hoorah. And then we get a boar counter here. Next turn, mountain. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jaxus the troublemaker. I'm like, next turn, a mountain. Like, here it's like, I should probably slam Cavalier Flames. I do have Cause Command. I'd probably keep Cause Command. It's a 50-50 between these two, honestly. The fact that I can't activate Jaxus same turn is a little killing me. So I'd probably hold up Kozilek's Command here, just Scryex, make a bunch of spawns. So you could swing at me with a 4/4 in this situation. Right? Like, it's not that far-fetched to have, there's one player who's like a slow, greedy deck at the table, and you can beat them to death with a 4/4. Like, that's very on the table. I don't know, maybe it's just my meta and how I play, but plus, there's like sometimes you like one player just gets kicked the shit out of like with removal. It's a lot. I don't know. You could definitely have a player without very many blockers in Commander. There's a lot of situations that can occur. I don't know if I like Floral Evoker because it kind of implies that you already have a land card in the graveyard to let you discard cards. Because you can't choose not to target a land and just discard for whenever you want. So my thought is, like, we could add, like, a Bone Shards here. But I think I'm leaning more towards a Plumb the Forbidden.
Some of the cards I'm not 100% of the protection spells. Well, it just depends which ones you're running. I think Flawless Maneuver is a little bit weird just because Baitor is, in my opinion, feels a little tertiary to the Reanimator half of the deck. So, like, Baitor is nice to have if you've already been answered a couple times, at which point I think Reanimator spells become, like, a little bit worse. Dawn's Truce, like, if we're going to run protection spells, they should be high floor. In my opinion, that looks like Parting Gust. But Parting Gust is double white. That's pretty tricky. I don't like Clever Concealment. In my opinion, also, by the way, Reanimates are just protection magic. So, also, are we cool just cutting the One Ring from your deck? I feel like it takes away from Villas as like an engine card. Where I think Villas is really cool and the One Ring's really cringe. But you do you. Whip of Erebos. That's fair. Okay. So, we have 4 slots to play around with. And I'm just curious about what to add, maybe. You could do, like, Wall of Blood, Life Payment stuff. I don't really like Wall of Blood, personally. I think the card's very linear. I want to give you a protection spell that gives you hexproof to dodge graveyard hate. So, okay, that is one thing that Dawn's Truce actually does really well, now that you pointed out. Because you get hexproof in addition to your permanents. You know what? I like Dawn's Truce for that reason. I think that can lead to some very fun play patterns, sure. Are there any answers to Bojuka Bog? Yes, getting hexproof, like Dawn's Truce. You can also stifle Bojuka Bog in blue, but we're not blue. Yeah, it's not a bad idea then. I think I like Dawn's Truce out of all those protection spells then, just because you mentioned that. Spike Feeder. I see. Okay, I'm like thinking this is a combo card. I'm like, what's the combo? What's happening? There isn't a combo happening. We pay a bunch of life. Baitor puts a bunch of counters on something. We then get 2 life for every 1 life we paid. Equal to the amount of life you gain this turn. Oh no, this is just like, it grows exponentially. I see. The lose life part is the reanimate part. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, no, I like the Spike Feeder here. So, this is Starfield Shepherd City. Starfield Shepherd can get a 1-drop, and then that includes Mom. That includes Children of Corliss. That includes Removal. That includes a Mana Dork. So you can go 3 mana to accelerate 1 mana. Like, that's pretty great. And then at that point, you probably want, like, Blood Celebrant. Blood Celebrant, 1 black mana, and then you can pay 1 life to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. So you add black, and then you pay a black and pay a life to add a black to your mana pool, and then you pay a black and then pay a life to add a black to your mana pool, and then you pay a black to pay a life, and then you get a black in your mana pool, and then you use that black to pay a black and a life to get, you see the idea. This is an infinite life payment outlet that you can tutor for off of the Starfield Shepherd. And then you could consider a Putrid Imp. Right? Discard a card. This creature gains flying until end of turn. This is some old Reanimator tech. So now we're just 1-drop city. You have Children of Corliss. You have Blood Celebrant. You have Putrid Imp. And Mom. And Haywire Might. And Elves. All in the Starfield Shepherd package. Okay, this hand's insane. Draw. Swamp. Dink. Entomb on your end step. Villas. Broker of Blood. Next turn. Mana Confluence. 1, 2. Draw 8 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll keep Vault of Champions. 5, 6, 7. Okay, great. Boop. Actually, I guess he discarded Mr. Negative, but take a whip. Okay. So then next turn. Okay, bolt this in. Ancestral Recall stapled to my land. Dink. Draw another card because we pay 1 life. Finding out Dredge was a hard pill to swallow. Finding out Dredge was bad in Commander was a hard pill to swallow. I mean, there's some places I feel like could still do Dredge stuff, but I do think it is way too inconsistent and difficult. You would need to be in a very devoted discarding deck to like really make it work. Anyway, tap 1 for Children of Corliss. Tap 1/2 for Bob. Sack Children of Corliss. Gain the 4 life you lost this turn back. Next turn, take 1 life, draw a card from that, and then also draw a card for turn. Like, I don't know. This feels pretty decent. I'm a little iffy about the Yawgmoth. Could I maybe get some idea of like why this is here? Because it doesn't feel like we're going very wide. It feels like we're very tall, and then there's not a lot. Your Entomb is always Villas first. I mean, when offered the opportunity to draw 8 cards, it's like you're entombing like 5 times and like finding a new reanimate. It's really good. It's really good. Anyway, it's not great, just didn't seem awful. Open to suggestions. Okay, well, I already gave you a better life payment option, in my opinion, that being Blood Celebrant, because this becomes very consistent with the Starfield Shepherd. Is Keurig? I don't think I might like Keurig with Blood Celebrant. Keurig Blood Celebrant is a bit much, I think. That's like a CDH line, which I don't know if I really want to be representing here. Me and my friend Jared were like scouring bulk boxes, and we found a foil Blood Celebrant. Or wait, what was the exact? No, it was Mystery Booster 2, because I think this got reprinted in Mystery Booster, didn't it? No, it didn't. I think it might have just been my friend Jared's bulk that we found a foil Blood Celebrant. And I was like, dude, that's $15. Yeah, so I wouldn't add Keurig. Keurig plus Blood Celebrant's a little much. Plum the Forbidden's another one of these go wide cards where I feel like it only really pays you off. It says lose life on it, but it doesn't. It only pays a ton of life if you have a wide board, of which we have not been doing very well. We make one big idiot. Did I already add? No, I didn't. I wait, hang on. Pause. I added Plum the Forbidden. I meant Plunge into Darkness. That is my fault. I was like, wait, why is Plum in here anyway? Like, okay, no, that was my addition. That's my fault. I meant Plunge into Darkness. Plunge into Darkness is an instant 1 in a black. Sacrifice any number of creatures. You gain 3 life for each creature sacrificed. That sucks. Or pay X life, then look at the top X cards of your library and put 1 in your hand and then exile the rest. Plunge is very strong. I don't think Plunge is underrated. I think Plunge is perfectly rated. But the joke is that you can pay 3 life in the early game. It's just a little impulse. You look at the top 3, top 4, however many you want. Put 1 in your hand. Late game, I'll pay 39 life. Anyway, also, animate dead on Mr. Negative. Swap life totals. You can have 1 life. I'll get your 40 life. Okay, have you considered MODOK? Oh, no, I have not. But MODOK is a new piece of technology that lets you pay life. So it is worth noting. Yeah, pay 3 life, MODOK Connives, activate only during your turn, and that's draw a card, discard a card, which in my opinion, in this kind of strategy, it's better than the Surveil guy that lets you pay 2 in that demon. So I do think MODOK is worthwhile. We already have Universes Beyond, so I think this is on the table, but let me know if this is verboten, because some people get weird about the superhero cards. But I do think MODOK kind of farms here. Oh, MODOK plus Underrealm Lich is also sick as fuck. Every time you MODOK Connive, you look at the top 3 instead. Ooh, that's spicy. I like that. I love Underrealm Lich, by the way. Anything like this that replaces a card draw with looking at the top and then you put 1 in your hand and you just get around draw hate is so funny. Nekusar players seething over Underrealm Lich. Sorry, where the fuck did MODOK go? I thought I added him to the deck. I thought I clicked add him to the deck at that button. MODOK Evil Intellect. And then we will, is it this one? No. They're both 5 mana. I really love how every card is 12 cards. Like, we get 12 copies of the same card every set. They really need to change how they do that. I am not a fan of 15 of the same named character every set. That gets me. I genuinely have no idea what to make of Enlightened Confidant. Lol. Enlightened Confidant is so okay. It's good in a life gain deck. Let's be real. Let's take a deep breath. If you're gaining like 5 life a turn, Enlightened Confidant's pretty decent. If you are not doing that, Enlightened Confidant's very bad. Have you guys seen the Google Translate version of this card? Because there's an account that posts like Google translated cards where they Google translate like 50 times, and the one for MODOK is amazing. I'm trying to find it. Because I think I retweeted it. Damn, was this like all the way back in March or something? No, I can't find it. Yeah. No. This one was Mental Organism, pay 3 life, MODOK Connives. It didn't exactly say that. It was like a little fucked up. And then it said activate only when you're supposed to. And that was really funny. And then designed only for killing, like turned into special action, kill yourself. And it was so fucking... It was like the perfect fucked up like card ever when it was like translated 12 times. Oh. I'm a little dubious about the Great Hand. Can someone talk me into this? Special action yourself now. Dude, it's so bad that like some of the funniest people ever are like some of the worst people ever are some of the funniest. Like, low tier God's not a good dude. Life gain good. Already putting out things, big things because of reanimate. Yeah, 2 life gain good. 2 life gain. I don't know. I'm like, this is a deck where like I legitimately like swords as a synergy piece. Imagine swordsing your own creature. That I could see worlds where I'd want to do that in this life payment deck. Are Soul Sisters ever worth it or not? Soul Sisters are great when you want to gain a life gain every turn, and you have something that says whenever you gain life, trigger. That's one type of life gain deck. Whenever you gain life, I trigger. And then you spam a bunch of little idiots that gain you life whenever anyone does anything, so you always gain at least 1 life each turn. There is also big life gain, which is Enduring Tenacity. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life, right? That is a very different type of life gain deck. People think that life gain is one thing. No, there are 2 separate life gain decks that exist. So just keep that in mind. Am I big life gain or am I life gain trigger spam life gain? Because there's 2 life gain decks and they don't run the same cards, even though they're in the same colors and everything. I was thinking Soul Sisters are just efficient enough to be worth it in both. No, not in my experience anyway. You can maybe find a way to bridge the gap between the 2, but generally speaking, I think one type wants Children of Corliss. I pay all my life, I gain 30, Beacon of Immortality, I double my life total, and then the other deck wants to just spam triggers all day. And there's not a lot of overlap between those 2, in my opinion, right? Look at Sorin of House Markov. At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, what are you going to do? Fucking shoot them for like 6 damage? That's like so middling. It's good as removal. But this is way better when you're like, I pay 39 life into plunge, sack children, and then kill you. Right? Like that's... It wants a different thing, despite also being a life gain. Right? I mean, you could just run all the life gain cards together. Like, that's not an obscene thing to do. I'm just saying, like, there's definitely a more cohesive way to go about building a life gain deck. And that's, like, picking one of the paths. You can do Soul Sisters in a big life gain deck that makes a bunch of tokens. Okay, that I agree with. Like, if you have a token deck, yeah, you can use Soul Sisters and stuff. Also, your mic is clipping a bit. Yeah, people said it was too quiet. Now I'm too loud. You know what? No one's going to be happy, I've decided. I decided that we're all going to be miserable today. I don't care what anyone says. I still think Aetherflux nuking someone's fun. Yeah, I've had my good time in the sun with Aetherflux. I don't know. For me, I've just gotten bored of that card the more I've played it. But I've also played it a ton, so I'm kind of done with it. It's all just preference all the way down at the end of the day. Anyway, I think this deck's about good to go. It's feeling very nice. Like, we're getting Villas online pretty regularly. Some things I would recommend. Shieldred, the Apocalypse. Oh, Elk, that's so boring. We're not using it for the Draw Punisher mode. We're literally using it for the whenever you draw a card, you gain 2 life mode. If the card stopped here, we would still run it. I'm putting it in considering just because this is a salt-inducing card. I don't know if you can really say, like... Yeah, but, like... Having it in play and then going reanimate Villas, that feels good. Oh, you're for it? Sure, we can put it in. Yeah. I would recommend just watching my Reanimator video because it feels like you might have missed a couple things. I'm going to cut Eternal Witness, I think. So, oh, actually, hang on. Eternal Witness is cool. There's a really funny synergy where you go Buried Alive for Priest of Fell Rites, Eternal Witness, and a card that you don't necessarily want to reanimate. And then you go 5 mana, animate Eternal Witness, get something back into your hand, the third creature you tutored for that you don't want to reanimate. I don't know what that third creature would look like, but I'm sure it's real. Maybe you used reanimate earlier in the game, and then you want to put like a third reanimate creature, and then you grab it. Like, that's a line. Maybe Grizzly. Yeah, E would also just gets reanimated back. No. I'm saying in the world where we have used reanimate in a game and we do not have Eternal Witness yet, but we have a reanimate in our graveyard. It got milled over by ripples or whatever. You could go Buried Alive for Priest, Eternal Witness, Villas, and then you could Eternal Witness back by reanimating Eternal Witness with the Priest, and then still draw 8 cards off the Villas, which is kind of funny that you can do that. I think it sucks, to be clear, but the fact that it's here is cool. But anyway, heavily recommend watching my Reanimator video. I did make a video about the Ailey deck, and I go over all the funny little tech in there. Anyway, I think this deck's good to go. Like I said, I like it. I like it. And actually, Baitor was one of the cards I was floating around when I was building Ailey. I was like, maybe it is a Baitor deck. So he's not a bad choice at all for this kind of strategy. In fact, he's rather good. I gotta rewatch, I guess. Yeah, the main thing's like, to be clear, I don't know if this is necessarily correct for your deck. The main thing is I am running Command the Dreadhorde. And Command lets you go return Elishnorn, Shieldred, Mr. Negative. You nuke your life total. Mr. Negative returns, swaps with an opponent, so now they have your very low life total because you just nuked it. And then you swap back because there's a second trigger because of Elishnorn. And then because of how Mr. Negative is worded, you lost that much life now, so you'll draw that many cards. Oh my goodness, I draw that many cards? I gain that much life times 2.
and then maybe there's like a veto floating around that explodes someone, right? But that gets in the realm of like reanimator combo-y. So I don't know necessarily if you want to be running all that. Anyway, thank you for getting a deck review. All right. Do we have Drosef or NTA or Sneltus or just Raccoona? I think I've seen you. And Dova, I've seen you. All right. I think Dova will be next, and Sneltus is here as well. So, okay, everyone's here. Great. So we're going to do Dova next, and then we'll do Raccoona, and then we'll do Drosef. Or whatever. Yeah, so Dova Sticky first. We have a Yidris deck. Oh, good heavens. We have a Yidris 0 mana deck. Oh my goodness, times 2. History, none. I just want to make a deck that feels like old Yogg-Saron did in Hearthstone, where he plays a bunch of random crap and at some point becomes chaos. Don't mind getting anything. Have a copy of all Game Changers and Duels. Make the deck gooder. Okay, I do like a good Yogg-Saron. For those that don't know, I actually played Hearthstone before I played Magic, and I played it really good. I was a really good Hearthstone player, and and that's also partially because I literally played that shit like a full-time job. I would regularly get to like top 100 legend towards the end of my like Hearthstone career, where I just like play up ladder and then go up there. Sorry about foil barf, but I like shiny things. Yeah. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I think my average win rate in Hearthstone was like 70%. I wish I could pull up my stats. Also, I've spent way too much time on Hearthstone. I think I'm legitimately afraid to look at how many hours if I could. I don't think you can in Blizzard games, but it's probably close to like 2,000-3,000 hours on Hearthstone across like mobile and everything. It's not. I did not have a very good, healthy relationship with that game. I was very invested. I miss Wallet Warrior. That one's pretty cool. Wait, which one's Wallet Warrior? I'm thinking of Deadman Hand. Because I played Rush Warrior. That was towards the end of when I was done playing. Or like starting to quit. Average TF2 playtime on Hearthstone is crazy. My TF2 playtime is 4,000 hours. Slightly more. It's like 4,050. I played back in the Reno era, the first Reno. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, Reno was cool. Yeah. Trap Spell Hunter. Oh, dude. Spell Hunter was so much fun. That was a great deck. Anyway, most of the people don't know what I'm talking about, so we're going to stop talking about Hearthstone, but there's a lot of fun decks. I guess I'll explain. Again, let me explain Deathstalker Rexar, and then we'll move on. I promise, guys, this will be interesting. Please, please, please. So, there's these things in Hearthstone called hero cards. One of them is Deathstalker Rexar. These were introduced during the Knights of the Frozen Throne expansion. So, it was all the characters but evil. And the joke is you would play this character, and it would replace your character, and you'd get 5 armor, and it would do its battle cry. You deal 2 damage to all enemies. Right, so it's a little board clear. And then you would get a new hero power. Hero powers are basically passive emblems that you can always put mana into. And this one is called Build a Beast. This guy's hero power was Build a Beast. And the joke is that Build a Beast, you would pay 2 mana, and you could get one of 3 options of any beast in Hearthstone that was mana value 5 or less, and then you would do it again. And what would happen is you would combine the 2 5 or less beasts into one beast with all of those cards' abilities and mana costs and stats. So you could get, like, when this enters, deal 1 damage, and it would also have Death Touch from the second beast you picked. And then you could play those cards. So it was an infinite card generation engine that, like, stitched 2 cards together and, like, mutated them together, basically. It gave them all the stats of both creatures and all the abilities of both creatures. It was awesome. That design's so cool. Sneltus, by the way. Oh, that was 15 minutes ago. Sorry, I don't know if I called out that you prime subbed. Anyway, we should probably review this deck, eh? So anyway, long Hearthstone rant aside, just talking about how I love it. Okay. So we're Cascade Slob. Ooh, I think I don't like Soul Talisman or Mox Tantalite. This takes away from the spells theme a little. For me. I think they're so fun. These are all silly. Great job. I'm clapping my hands and drooling. The other ones I'm not really into. Inevitable Betrayal is one I would add. Because Inevitable Betrayal is another one of these cards that is very funny. It's very random, very silly. You bribery. That Yidris art is so tough. Dude, I know. He is farming here. Is Yidris a girl? No, Yidris is a guy. Shatter his mind. I'm just saying he's low-key dressing a little butch here. It's all I'm saying. So I was just like, I don't remember the original art all too well. Here I would do. Absolutely. This is a classy ogre wizard right here. Can I be honest? I think Whisper Silk Cloak is too fair. Do we, like, just trust that Yidris hits them on turn 5? It's a 5/4 trampler. Are we really going 3 mana for this, 4 mana for Yidris, next turn 2 mana equip this, and then... That's not that bad, actually. I kind of like that curve. It's kind of implying you're tapping with them, which makes the Whisper Silk Cloak dead if you don't. But you have a lot of dorks. You're probably fine, honestly. There's the new My Precious, too. My Precious is costed... Oh, no, you're right. Okay, so Whisper Silk Cloak, after talking through the curve, I kind of like it a little bit. My Precious. This is slightly better. Has hexproof, can't be blocked, equip 2, pay 2 life, and then also has like a little instant sprinkled on top. Pretty cool. I like this. I think way better is a strong word, but I do think it is definitely to some degree better. I'm trying to think of other wacky random cards you'd love. You'd probably like Possibility Storm, right? Whenever a player casts a spell, they instead cast a random spell of the same type, the next one in their library. You get to do the voice too? Oh, true. You can schmeagle it up with My Precious. That's cool. Yeah, so I think Possibility Storm's up your alley because you seem a little bit... you seem to enjoy the chaos a little bit. What do you think about Mystics' Mastery? Hey, recast every spell you've ever cast this game. I guess we actually don't have that many instances of sorceries.
Can I overload it if I cascade into it? No. You cannot do 2 alternative costs. Cascade says cast it for free. That's an alternative cost. Overload is also an alternative cost. You also can't flashback, for instance, a Cyclonic Rift and also overload it. Those are 2 separate alternative costs. You can't do both. Throes of Chaos? Throes of Chaos is interesting. Honestly, I think let's just play test this out and see how we feel. Keep. Dink. Dink. Next turn. Bloodstained Mire. Fetch. Type Mountain. Get Badlands. 1, 2, 3. Red, blue, green. Teamer Ascendancy. Next turn. Blue. So it'd be black, green, red, blue. That's 4 colors. We have haste. We also draw a card. Next turn. Dink. Hit you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cascade. Oh, not this one. Cascade. Brainstorm. Draw 3. 1, 2, 3. And then put land on top. This enters. Next turn. Fetch land. Fetch because we don't want what's on top of our library. Dink. Hit you with Yidris. That's 6 power. 1, 2, 3, 4. Prosper. Prosper. This is from your hand. Yes. Prosper spins into something new. A new creature. Well, we cascade first. So we cascade into Squelcher. Then we do the possibility storm. That player exiles it, and then exiles until they hit a creature now. Sakajima's protege and cast it for free. So we cascade off the cascade on Sakashima's protege. Aqueous Form, we put that on the commander. This will enter as a copy of Hexing Squelcher. And then we go to next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6 Rishkars after attacking. So I guess we scry 1. Chamil top because it's gonna get cleared anyway. Rishkars, this gets countered. And then or we can resolve the exile trigger first. So we'll exile until we hit a sorcery. Call forth the Tempest. Keep in mind we still have a cascade trigger. So Call Forth the Tempest gets cast. Cascade, Cascade. Deals damage to each creature your opponents control equal to the total mana value of other spells you've cast this turn. So 6 so far, but we get to Cascade twice first before this resolves. So we're going to go spin until we hit a... Okay, there we go. Revitalizing Repass. Sucks. Bummer. Birds of Paradise. Okay. Call Forth the Tempest. Does 8 damage. And then now we spin until we hit a sorcery. Sorcery, we'll draw 3. One, 2. So black, green. Assassin Trophy. We'll get this countered. We spin into a 1 or less. We'll do the Cascade trigger first, basically. Okay, Inevitable Betrayal. Steal an Eldrazi's player Eldrazi. Just put it directly on the battlefield. And then we go until we hit an instant. Instant Malakir Rebirth. Okay, so I've noticed that we hit like 3 protection spells during our cascades. I think we just have to bite the bullet and let Yidris die. Because it's making our Yidris turns really bad. And honestly, I think... Hang on, I don't really like Dark Ritual either. It feels like Dark Ritual's maybe just not the correct accelerant in our 4-color deck that's mostly Gruul. So... I think the answer here is, if Yidris die, okay, we have a fuckload of ramp. Isn't it with MDFC I can select which I want it, or because it's not on the land on the other side? Are you talking about like cascading? If you are cascading and you hit an MDFC, it is only seeing the front side of the card. In your library, MDFCs are only the front side of the card. Any open purchasable slots of deck reviews today? Not today. Every time there's a deck review stream, it's for next week's stream. So we have 3 slots left for this coming Tuesday stream, which is 2 days from now. So if you want one as soon as possible, that's the way to do it. But also, we have 6 for next week's stream. They're always a week in advance. How does MDFC work for out of the graveyard? MDFCs in the graveyard are, if they are not on the battlefield, they are only the front face of the card. That is how MDFCs work. In your graveyard, Disciple of Freyles is a creature and nothing else. In your library, it's a creature and nothing else. Okay. Anyway, let's get 2 more lands in here. I'm thinking... How does Cascade work with Adventures? Is it both mana values? I don't know. That's one I don't know. I think you get to pick if both of them are less mana value. So, like, you get to pick which one you want to cast. Like, let's say you cascaded for 3 and you spun into Bone Crusher Giant, a 3-mana creature. You could cast the Stomp, I think, but you can't cast the Bone Crusher Giant. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. I'm probably wrong, but... Hybrid cards? Hybrid cards, you pick which side. Unless... Are you talking about split cards, not hybrid cards? Or I think maybe split cards are both. No, split is both. Because they'll run Dead Gone in Cascade decks in Modern. What are hybrid cards again? Hybrid cards are like Manamorphose. That's a hybrid card. It's hybrid green or red. You can spend either mana on it. But split cards is the combined mana value of the cards. Unless you're casting it, in which case on the stack, it has the mana value of the card half you cast. I need to find an unabridged version of the Magic rules. That's called the Comprehensive Rules. I think it's 300 pages long. It's very long. Improv Capstone. I think Improv Capstone would be fun in this deck. It kind of fits into the crazy theme. Holy shit, it's almost $10. So what if we did cards that actually are cheaper than mana value? The thought process is that these are cards that are very cheap to cast, but they have a huge, big mana value. Like, I think that's realistic. I'm just trying to think what's, like, the best versions, because most of the time you'll see that in the form of Delve. And I don't know necessarily that's the best thing. You can do Dig Through Time. That feels realistic. If I'm going to be honest, I don't think Ancestral Vision's that impactful when compared to Will of Fate, Profane Tutor, and Inevitable Betrayal. Traps? Ooh, we can look at the traps. Furry Gale Flocking from Strix is pretty decent. What does that do exactly? What causes it to be cost reduced, rather? Have I not searched for something on Scryfall this entire stream? Okay, I think Scryfall's like dead right now, guys. So we're going to look at Gatherer. Shoutouts, gathererwizards.com. Never crashes because no one uses it. I talked with Seraph 6, by the way. By the way, Seraph 6 is one of the lead administrator people for Scryfall. He's the one who collects all the scans and uploads them and stuff, and he does some of the programming and site hosting and stuff. The reason why Scryfall's been going down so frequently is because people are making, like, shitty websites that, like, literally grab the fucking, like, card images and host them on the site. on their website from Scryfall. So it's causing like an insane influx of traffic that causes Scryfall to die. Is the reason. Basically they're causing Scryfall to host extra images or something like that. I forgot the exact terminology. I don't do web design or web development. So every time someone makes like a website that like rips from Scryfall and they do it improperly, they don't cache it locally. It caches it on Scryfall servers and it explodes them. Something like that. That was, keep in mind, I might be quoting him entirely wrong, but it's something like that. I remember it being very funny. Holy shit, what is this card? It's insane. 2 black mana for that against white decks? Hey, first time catching love your and Khan's content. Thank you. Yeah, I always love hearing when people like my videos and stuff. I felt like there's like a little bit of a Elk Dark Age the last like couple months. I think IRA was a really big return to form. And I hopefully the inspiration streaks kind of keep it up. I think part of my like recent like thinking is like I'm not uploading as much. I'm going to stop trying to like hit like a weekly upload and just upload a video that I feel proud of every week, as opposed to like I don't have an idea, but I need to upload this week, right? Also, I've been trying to contextualize. How can I get the queue down my deck evaluated? Read the description of the YouTube stream, Fevered Mind. It's all there. Anyway, sorry. Another thing I've been thinking about too. Sorry, we're looking at traps for this deck. Hang on. I don't think the traps are really worth it, honestly. What are some other things that are like cheaper than mana value? You could do like some adventure stuff, yeah. Nope. Scryfall's still down, I forgot. Prototype? Prototype's interesting. I'm just trying to think what would be like good. It would be like Arcane Proxy. I'm doing it through the main deck here, by the way, because Scryfall's down. You can do it through here. Fuse cards. Yeah, we can do one like Fire Ice. This book suck without Scryfall. Luckily, I just know what a lot of cards are. So we can at least get a little work done here while they're down. I would keep this hand. Hope we draw 2 lands. I believe in this deck. I especially believe in this deck with fucking Planar Genesis. Top deck. All right. Planar Genesis. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get Polluted Delta to our hand. Bottom. Play this as land drop for turn. Fetch for Surveil. Oh, whoops. So this uses Scryfall to search. So we're looking for Undercity Sewer. There's no way on this earth that you run Scrylands but not Surveils. I just refuse to believe it. Dude, please. You run Scrylands, so you must also have the Surveils, right? No Surveils? But you run the Scrylands? I removed them for the Scry. You can't fetch for these. Why did you remove them? What? I know. Why do we do this? I don't know, LMAO. Holy fuck. That's cool. Did you do this just to torture me? Yeah, I'm getting roasted and toasted by this guy. You're owning me epic style. We don't even run the Demir one. My heart shatters and breaks. Okay, I guess we're gonna get the Temple of Malady. Pretend this is an underground mortuary. I will put some birds in my graveyard. Next turn. Dink, dink, Arcane Signet, 1-2, Nature's Lore. And then imagine we get a forest with this, aka a Surveil. So we get Commercial District, aka Temple of Abandon. Surveil 1. Like, that's 2 Surveils that we would not have had if we were not running these. Next turn. Verdant. Another fetch land. 1, 2, 3, 4. Commander. Fetch. Get Underground Sea. Dink. Blue. Aqua's form. Next turn. Black 1, 2. Actually, let's just hit our opponent. Okay, scry 1. Top. Do I want to cast anything? No, I'm gonna bottom this. Okay, so black 1, or I guess you do red 1 first. Passionate Archaeologist, spin into a 1 or a 0. Inevitable Betrayal, get a creature card from the biggest creature deck. Black 1. Ancient Seller Spawns, Cascade for 2. Scroll Rack, pass, and then you go dink, activate Scroll Rack, 1, 2, 3, draw 3, 1, 2, 3. These will go on top, not bottom. Okay. Next turn. Think Volcanic Island, swing with the Edris, cast Sword of Feast and Famine, Cascade, past the cards we put on top. Fire Ice doesn't count. Farseek. Search our library for a forest card. Okay, let's go get our last Surveil land, because we can search for a non-forest card, of which all the Surveils are. Like, this is the 3rd Surveil land we would be fetching out of our deck. Which is just so much better than getting a normal land. Oh, we don't even run the next scry land. That's fine, honestly. Anyway, we'll just get like a forest. Not a forest. We can't get a forest. That's literally the only card we can't get with it. There we go. Dink, dink, dink. Dink, dink. Dink. Red 1, blue. Teamer Ascendancy. Spin until we had a 2-drop or less. Growth Spiral. Okay, we will draw a card. Arcane Proxy. Okay. Blue 1. Prototype this. If you cast it, which we did, we get to Cascade first. Soul Ring. Arcane Proxy then enters, and we cast Growth Spiral, or we can cast Inevitable Betrayal from our graveyard. Copy that card. You may cast a copy of that, paying its mana cost. Yeah, get another big fuck. So we have 2 Inevitable Betrayal creatures here. It's turn 6. That feels pretty good. Oh, that's a big creature entering, by the way. Teamer Ascendancy trigger. Draw a card. Beseiju. Cool. Beseiju, your thing. Next turn. Yeah, Scroll Rack saving our ass hardcore right now. Okay, maybe not this turn, but still. That was a solid 2 turns of hilarity. There should be another temple in there. Maybe. Temple. Yeah, there are 3. Maybe we just milled it over or something and I just didn't notice because I didn't see it. Keep in mind, Scryfall is down. But yeah, Dova, did I convince you to turn these into Surveils? Like, we literally fetched 3 times that game and got them into play. In worlds that wouldn't have done that normally. Yeah, probably. Okay. Oh, Surveil type land. ID2. Scryfall back up, you liar, you filthy liar. Here, I'll just Scryfall. Nope, Aeronaut Tinkering Scryfall is currently offline for maintenance. So we can just go one commercial district, one undercity sewers, one underground mortuary. Keep in mind my spelling is very bad. It's undercity sewer. Oh no, that's correct. Under mortuary. Mortuary. No you there? Okay, great. All those were added. Ta-da. I don't get why they went straight to Surveil and didn't give us basic type scry duels first, because it was on Ravnica and it was Murders at Karlov Manor. So that's the reason why it's 2-color typed Surveils, is because Murders at Karlov Manor had a huge graveyard theme. Huge graveyard theme. So it had to be Surveils. Okay, Scryfall is up for real. I see it now. Okay. Do people run Turbulence? I literally just got one for Canessas. I think they're good. Yeah, they're like the same as the Slowlands. I'm not sure how good the 5-mana dragon is there. Peregrine Drake? It's okay. It was certainly okay. It is certainly okay, rather. I don't know if I like Lizard Blades. This gives Cascade, right? I'm not stupid. Yeah, that's cool. That can stay. Polluted Delta, get Undercity Sewers. Surveil 1. Graveyard. Next turn. Forest. Pass. Green blue. Planar Genesis. 1, 2, 3, 4. Commercial District enters. Surveil 1. Graveyard. Deadly Rollick. Or I guess Deadly Rollick's pretty good. It's a free spell. It's not a land though, I've noticed. So we're gonna actually graveyard that because we need to hit our land. I mean, I don't think missing lands is the deck's fault. We have 37. Okay, maybe it is slightly the deck's fault. I think I just caught something that was a land earlier and I just didn't realize it. Yeah, the MDFCs. Oh, yeah, that's what happened. I cut the MDFCs and then it all went downhill from there. Bloodbraid Elf's cool. I think maybe now copying spells is like kind of okay. Whatever. I guess you can keep it. Okay, I don't really like Farseek all that much. Nature's Lore is okay. At least the land can turn tapped off that. The Fire Ice we took out. Okay. And then we can do, I mean, let's spare no expense, I suppose. Cavern of Souls. So now Yidris is uncounterable. And then something else. I don't know. I'm trying to think what land would be good. Ash Barrens. It's like kind of a shuffle. I don't know where to have all this the fetches anyway. Maybe Lorien Revealed. I could buy Lorien Revealed as a land for sure. Talon Gates of Madara. I don't like a colorless land in my 4-color commander deck. But that's just me. I just don't think it's that good. Anyway, Surreal 1. Bloodbraid Elf. Graveyard. Next turn. Commercial District. Surveil 1. Sylvan Library. I'm going to graveyard that. Okay, next turn. Think Island of some sort. Think. Might as well just Balagad Recovery back Bloodbraid Elf. Think 1, 2, 3, 4. Uncounterable Yidris. And then here you go. Black Vamp, Brainstorm. No. Jessica's Will. Question mark? Or Ancient Cellar Spawn? I think Ancient Cellar Spawn's better. Hit you with the address. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bloodbraid Elf. Cascade, Cascade. So you go Ancient Cellar Spawn. That casts and resolves. Then you spin into Ponder, which deals 1 damage to target opponent. So now we're going to Ponder. Shuffle. Next turn. Undercity Sewers, Surveil 1. Graveyard, Assassin Trophy. Swing. 1, 2, 3. Delayed Blast Fireball, spin into a 2. Hexing Squelcher. Sure. You could also maybe not tap like a moron. Oh no, you couldn't have. Okay. Tangent off the Encounter Bowl, what do you think about Mistrise Village? What about a deck with mountains or forests? So Mistrise Village is very good. I run it in Cormella. Cormella is a very different story from what's happening here, though. I know you're not recommending it for this deck, but it's a very good illustrator of where Mistrise Village is awesome versus where it's cringe. Here, everything might as well be uncounterable. Every spell is like 5 spells. Cormella, every spell is 1 spell, and it costs your entire turn's worth of mana. So that shit resolving is important. I'm casting a 9-drop. I cannot be blown up by a 2-mana counterspell. I will lose. So that's where the Mistrise Village is really good. Is Mistrise in here? Mistrise is in here. I disagree with this. The only thing we care about being countered is Yidris, and we're not waiting until turn 6, or like until 6 mana to cast a Yidris. Does that make sense? I like... do I have like a flaw in my thinking here about it? Or am I like kind of correct? I also don't know if I really like Jessica's Will. Making red mana only. I mean, some of our most impactful plays are red. It's fine. Mistrise is a bracket 4+ card IMO. No. It depends what you're doing with it. Are you casting unplayable dogshit sorceries? It's fine. Are you taking infinite turns with it? Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I don't know. It's not that deep. Giving encounter ability is not a thing that is that insane. Maybe you kind of want Yidris. Yes, you kind of want Yidris. That's why we do Cavern of Souls. So we cast Yidris on curve instead of waiting in a whole extra 2 turns worth of mana. And then making him uncounterable that way. Like, we have Hexing Squelcher already. We have Cavern of Souls already. We have Chamil, I guess. Like, I don't know. It seems out of place. I don't like 1 color source in my 4 color deck that can get countered half the time. You got the Riot Enchantment? No. We have a Temur Ascendancy. But once again, I'm just like, if Yidris resolves, even if Yidris doesn't resolve, we just have like ramp into Cascade objects. So like, I'm not particularly concerned about all this. You know what I mean? And if Yidris resolves, all of our spells are 5 spells anyway. So why do we need those to be uncounterable? It's like, we don't. I don't really like top. It feels like it's adding a little bit too much order to this, and not in the way that's as good as Brainstorm or Scroll Rack. So we have 2 slots to play around with to get some more lands in here. Is Pain Land ID 2? I mean, just get the untapped Pain Lands in here, I guess. Probably the red ones, the Temur ones, of which our deck is mostly comprised of. Rhythm does seem nice with haste and proactive and counterable. It's fine. This draws cards. Like they serve different kind of use cases. Like last game only really happened because this drew a couple cards. So there's trade-offs. It's not cut and dry, but you could definitely run Rhythm. Surveil 1, Graveyard, Jessica's Will. Brooding Pool, Birds of Paradise. There's no reason to play Birds on turn 1, by the way, just because we have 4-drop, 4-drop. Yidris uncounterable. Attack opponent. Spells we cast have Cascade, Possibility Storm. Spin into Delayed Blast Fireball, nuke all of your boards. They do 5 damage to all your boards and all your faces. Holy shit. Next turn, Carpulsion Forest. At this point, we're just off to the races, man. All of our spells are 2 spells. Prosper. Did I tap a black? No, I did not. There we go. Prosper. Turns into a random creature, but first we Cascade. Cascade into My Precious. And then Prosper gets exiled. And then we spin into a creature that we get to cast for free. Now Venshi. That's a pretty good creature to cast for free. I guess there's an argument to spin into the creature first. But anyway. Green-red. I see. I've tapped like a moron. So let's not do that. So green-blue. Planar Genesis. This will turn into a random instant and a random 1-drop. Let's do the random 1-drop first. Okay. Inevitable Betrayal. Copied by Nalfenshi. We get to steal 2 giant creatures. And then it turns into a random instant. Manamorphose. We add 2 mana of any color and then draw a card. Let's do blue-red. Draw. Lorien. We'll just keep that for next turn. Next turn. Aqua's form's cool. So this will turn into like Sunbirds or something crazy. So Aqua's form cast, spin into an enchantment. Guys, low-key, I might be a little addicted to Possibility Storm after this deck. This is really cool. There will allegedly be enchantments in this deck. Okay, there we go. Passionate Archaeologist. That's a pretty good one, I've heard. Notice that we cast that from exile. Move to combat. Swing Yidris. We can even equip this first. Can we? No, we can't. Still, you can swing with Yidris. Huzzah. Hit someone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lorien revealed. Deal. It would be 10 damage. And then Lorien spins into a random sorcery and a 4-drop. So 4-drop first. Okay. Growth Spiral. Draw a card. We'll put a land we control into play. This goes to the graveyard. And then we turn into a random sorcery. Call forth the Tempest! Holy shit. So this is 8 damage from exile twice. And then we copy this. My fault. We should have copied Growth Spiral as well. I don't think that really changes much besides that we have a Verdant Catacombs in play. So we're going to Cascade really quickly. Because we don't cast this one. That's just copied. So Cascade. So this is the first Cascade trigger. Lightning Greaves. And we get a copy. Cascade. Harmonic Prodigy. And we get a copy. We'll now deal damage to each creature our opponents control equal to the total number of mana value of other spells we cast this turn. 1 billion. And then do it again. Okay. Like, in a vacuum, we're like killing and exploding things at turn 6. That's pretty great for a vacuum because it means they're probably going to be doing that at turns 8 and 9 and in a responsible commander game with people who touch your cards. So, honestly, the deck as is pretty sweet. I'm trying to think if I have any other spicy exile tech, and honestly, I don't really play Cascade that much, but I know there's probably something. I'm really loving the Possibility Storm inclusion, though. I'm very happy with how that's turning out, right? Party Thrasher, yeah, hang on. I'm going to look at Modern decks really quick. Because Modern always has some silly, spicy tech. With the living end bullshit. Yeah, there's not a lot here. It's like maybe Force of Vigor would be cool, but overall, I'm just not that into it. It's okay. So, I don't know. I think this is honestly just going to cook no matter what you do. A classic little boomer commander Yidris from the old Atraxa days.
Yeah, I think I'll drop that on your head. You're running a responsible amount of removal too. You have, Cyclonic Rift and Besage You and shit, so you're able to answer Rule of Laws, which was really what fucks this deck. Great. Anyway, thank you, Dova Sticky, for getting a deck review. All right, as promised, next up is Raccoona. The Serpent Society. I have some spicy tech for the Serpent Society. I want to make people suffer by making them sack shit with the commander. No restriction, other than I want to see Erebos Great Pack stay in the deck. Even though I have creatures, I feel my board grows too slow and doesn't have much of a presence. Notice that you've spelled presence wrong with double S's, which is actually thematic. Because we're the Serpent Society. We live in a society. That's a really good deck name for this. You might want to steal that, Raccoona. Whenever another creature controlled with Death Touch dies, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. Okay, we have Ankle Biter, Fengus Shigeki, Moss Viper. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. You run these big-ass sorceries that control someone's turn. And when you control them during their turn, you make them target the Serpent Society twice. To kill them. Maybe you don't run both. Maybe you just run more spheres. But... you can kill a player with the ward ability if you know they have a lot of removal in their hand. Word of Command. Word of Command is like kind of ass, isn't it? You can only do it with one spell too. Look at target opponent's hands and choose a card from it. You control that player. That player plays that card if able. While doing so, they can activate abilities. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, this is too annoying to explain. It also only works for one spell, which works if someone has already blown up your commander. They can decline ward, aha, but they can't decline ward if you're controlling them. So that's why War Spheres works. My favorite thing about the Serpent Society is they're literally exactly positioned like the soy pointing meme. They're positioned exactly like the soy pointing meme. With the lady on the right and the guy up front. This shit fucks me up. The Serpent Society. Have you seen the goth soy pointing one? That one's funny. No, I can't find it. Yeah, here it is. I found it. This one's my favorite. I love this one so much. You have it as a Discord sticker in your server? Yeah, I like it that much. The new Jace Planeswalker looks like he's shooting soy jacks at you. There's no way. It's Reality Architect, right? What is his name? Jace the Idiot. Sort date. Soy Jack Jace! Wait, this is sick! Why is he seething so hard, man? Anyway, I'm sorry, we have a duck to upgrade. Of the pornographic page. So typically whenever I see this many Death Touchers, I'm always kind of down to get a little dirty with some Cryptolithrite effects. I think 3 mana is a little too much mana for that effect. I don't like Merciless Executioner either. Plague Crafter. Oh, Feomancer. So, when you read a card, and it says, if you control no snakes, and your deck's full of snakes, why do you put it in your deck? I'm just asking. I'm just curious. Please enlighten me. If you have a commander who's a snake, and you have how many snakes in the deck? Drumroll, please. 8 snakes in the deck. We're running Ophiomancer. That's awesome. Don't do that. I'm gonna call that a non-bow. 8 snakes is not that many, boss man. There's one in the command zone! It said snake, so I put it. Oh my god. It's beautiful. Okay, enough yelling. We're fine now. Everything's okay. It's a game. I like a Curse of Marauder the rest, so that's gonna let you keep. Never be found. I love the song. Try to resist, can't get enough of the sound. The way you fight to exist, can't get it out of my head. Thoughts on Putrefax? Let's read this. If it was up to me, this would be the only music we listen to on stream. The reason why it isn't up to me is I think at least 30 people would leave if I listened to nothing but, like, noise rock. You're allowed to have one. Trample Haste, in fact, beginning and sub-sacrifices. This is so mid. 5 mana, ugh. I just love getting him see his deck building. Fair. Okay. Listen. I am nothing but a clown. This isn't a real card. I don't know what that is. OG deck has Ophiomancer, but no Enduring Tenacity. Lol. Enduring Tenacity isn't that good because we're not getting life, right? If anything, I'd rather have Enduring Courage just because, like, we kind of go wide. We have a lot of cheap creatures. Like, for me, it's like Beast Whisperer. You do Beast Whisperer. It's boring, but it's good. You do Eladamri Corvectol, which is a fucking war criminal card. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may cast creature spells off the top of your library. Green tap 2 untap creatures you control, which you'll have because you have a bunch of cheap creatures. Reveal the top card, or reveal a card from your hand or the top card of your library. If you put a creature card, or if you reveal a creature card this way, you cheat it into play. Reggae, the music, not the card. I don't listen to reggae personally. There's a lot of good reggae songs out there, believe it or not. So, that's my. I don't have an opinion. Gift of the Viper. Thoughts as Midwest emo as a genre. I love it. Love it. Can't get enough. So, I'm trying to remember what I normally like in these sack decks, because there is a lot of technology that I really enjoy. I think one of those is going to be Gisa. Glorious Resurrector. Because I don't believe we run many things in this deck that say, like, whenever your creature an opponent controls dies. I don't think that happens that frequently here. Which is good, because Gisa can steal their creatures. Hyperpop, love Hyperpop. Glaive, unfamiliar. Jane Remover, not a big fan. Out of all the transgender noise pop artists, Jane Remover's probably on the lower end for me. Do you know the band Microwave? No. I'm kind of confused what we're doing with Arcane and Golgari Signet. I mean, it's good to go Soul Ring into Arcane Signet, always, always. But I would always rather curve on one because our commander is just 3 mana. We have Eladamri in the deck now. So going things like Mana Dork, Death Touch. I'm sure you already run all these, but when is July music stream? Honestly, maybe not in July, because I still need to squeeze in the free deck review stream. But I do plan on doing more music streams. We'll typically get like 50 people, despite it being midnight, in those streams, which is rather nice. So Otag Manadork, my fault. TBH, the only Jane Remover songs I like is the Frailty album. I don't typically like Jane Remover, but there was a song where she had a feature on that I fucking loved. It was an Underscore song. I can't remember where it was. Because I don't think it was you. Underscore's Jane Remover. Uncanny Long Arms. It was Wall Socket. The end of Uncanny Long Arms has a feature from Jane Remover that I love. It's right here. It's really good. Delirium. Maybe. Frog Butler. Are we opposed to UB? What is this? Of course we're not. So Serpent Society's in our command zone. Frog Butler is pretty good. Reach gains Death Touch. That's probably not good enough, sadly. And then that one's too narrow. Yeah, so the feature from Jane Remover is right here. It's going to come in like 5 seconds. Frog Butler does have tough art. Out of all the TMNT cards, this one's probably my favorite. Yeah, here we go. Jane Remover now. Boop. I think I'm going to get a Noxious Newt. Noxious Newt's already in. Noxious Newt was in day 1. Hapatra? Yeah. 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 I mean, maybe you just run Yawgmoth for that reason. Thran Physician. It fits with the sort of theme of going wide here, the sacrificing theme, and then it also wombos with Hapatra, right? You put a -1/-1 counter. You sack a snake. You put a -1/-1 counter on their creature. You make a new snake. So long as we're not adding like a drain effect to the equation, we're not going infinite. Your opponents don't have infinite creatures to put things on. Okay, actually, we do have Hooded Blightfang. So it's a little dangerous now because we're paying a life, sacking a snake, putting a -1/-1 counter on your creature, getting a new snake. We're still bounded by the toughness of our opponent's creatures. But yeah. If you Imps Mischief to the commander, do they still have to pay the ward cost? No, because I think ward triggers when you target it and not when it... Does that count? I don't think so, right? I don't think so, right? Someone fact-checked Imps Mischief, please. But Hapatra doesn't do much if you don't put -1/-1 counters. Hapatra does it by herself. We live in the modern day. If you play this on turn 2, no one's blocking a 2/2. You start shrinking their creatures. Uh-oh. Ward is on the permanent. Okay, that's awesome, TCG Matt. That's not what we're asking. Yes, I know the permanent has ward. If we redirect an Imps Mischief, if we redirect your kill spell onto my commander, and you already have 5 poison counters, does the ward trigger? That's what we're asking. Or is this like an on-cast thing? Anyway, long story short, Hapatra's really good because it already puts the -1/-1 counters by herself on things. What's the latest and earliest a control deck bracket 3 should be able to finish the game? I would say turn 12 latest, turn 7 earliest. Like the earliest is always going to be turn 7. The latest will always be like 12 to 15. Like if you're consistently closing on turn 12, that feels good to me because you don't want the game to go too long. That's just my opinion, by the way. Some people love really long games. Okay, anyway, in this kind of go wide deck that's love sacrificing, you just have to run Chthonian Nightmare, especially with this low of a curve. Right, Chthonian Nightmare. Enters, you get 3 energy. You can pay X energy, sacrifice a creature, return this to your hand, return a different creature to the battlefield. So this is 2 mana infinite sacrifices. If you have Fang of Shigeki and like another Death Toucher in play, you can just like rapid fire back and forth both out of your graveyard back into play for 2 mana each time, which is really good. And then also, of course, you can always just rebuy the commander if it ever gets blown up. You love Chthonian Nightmare? Obviously not enough to put in your deck, Raccoona. I have to remind you of your love for it. Lively Dirge. I like Lively Dirge in a Yawgmoth deck because Lively Dirge is color agnostic, so this is on par with Green Sun Zenith in terms of mana efficiency if you grab Yawgmoth, which you probably will. It grabs Yawgmoth, it grabs Gisa, it grabs Beast Whisperer. Those are 4 incredible hits for 5 mana. Like, I'm happy to pay 5 mana for any of those. But also, it can grab Hapatra if you already have Yawgmoth in play. And it can also just, entomb something and then also resurrect the Serpent Society if it died already or whatever. There's a lot of modes this card has. It's very flexible, very good. Not that I just love bullshit cards so much more. I get you. Fair. You got me there. So, I still am thinking about Cryptolith Right. I don't know how to feel about it, guys. I don't know how to feel about Cryptolith Right. Because on one hand, it's really good. On the other hand, we're not necessarily like a tokens deck. We could just like jam a Sir Conrad, right? This is a deck where I think Sir Conrad could be pretty dope. Normally, I'm pretty off him because he's like 5 mana and huge, and that's pretty difficult. But I think we touch our graveyard enough. Elvish Corvus over Cryptolith. Well, I wouldn't add Cryptolith Right proper. I would be adding Enduring Tenacity because you can get Enduring Vitality because you can get the Vitality off the creature tutors, which are very nice. I might just reach for Growing Rights. It cantrips and then it turns very easily into Gaia's Cradle, which I think is just totally fine. And we have untappers for the Gaia's Cradle. Okay, this works out better because we have Sereth who untaps target creature or land. So Gaia's Cradle is slightly better. And we are mostly green, so. Arlie Den, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome back. Drop. Command Tower. Venerator Reprise. Next turn. Land. Noxious Newt. Or we can Nature's Lore for a Forest. I think I'm going to Nature's Lore for a Forest. Underground Mortuary is not in your deck. So, guys, we really needed to, like... It's been, what, 2 years since MKM has come out? This is not a budget deck. We need to start respecting the Surveils a little bit. We really do. Because stapling Surveil 1 onto Nature's Lore is insane. Onto Farseek is insane. Why do we have Rampant Growth instead of 3 visits? Great question. We just really gotta understand that this should be in every deck with fetches and stuff. All my homies hate Serve. Why do you hate Surveil lands? What did they do to you? They're very cool. Can we make people block the DT creatures? Unless I have our Finn, they won't block them, and I need a way to sack them, no? Yeah, that's why we have sack outlets in the deck. That's why we put Yawgmoth in. Huh? We put sack outlets in the deck. There's sack outlets in the deck. It's Chthonian Nightmare, Yawgmoth, etc.
They are not scrying. It's better to put cards in your graveyard 80% of the time than to scry. Am I nuts? Why do people hate milling? We're Kokari! I know, I'm just annoying you. Well, great news. I'm very easy to annoy, so I think that's half of the appeal of tuning into my streams. Beast Whisperer! Maga! Mag Bay is legitimately one of the best pop acts in recent history. Hello, Ella Domre. Okay, so we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, Ella Domre Korvek doll, draw a card. 1, 2, Frog Butler, draw a card. Attack you with Glissa, draw a card. Bajuka Bog, exile your graveyard. Look at the new top card of our library. Okay, next turn. Forest. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, Growing Rights of Shitlamok. 1, 2, 3, Serpent Society. We'll draw a card off that. We'll look at the new top card of our library. Okay, nothing of note. So we're gonna go green, tap, 1, 2, put Abermon into play. Swing Glissa at you, draw a card. This will flip on end step to Gaia's Cradle. We can Snakeskin Veil something. Next turn, Agadeem's Awakening. Turn over. There we go. Okay, Serret's on top of our library, so we'll just... This is one of the more expensive cards in our deck, so we'll just go and flop that into play. New top card of library, Titan's Grove. Remove all the Surveil lands and put in fetch lands before submitting to Elk. Yeah, basically. I need to just start the deck reviews by going, is this a budget deck? No. Do we have the Surveil lands? Like, there needs to be a flow chart I pull up for these streams. I'm going to make a flow chart for, like, how I review decks. Is this Death Touch Storm? Storms is not the correct word. Okay, I really like this song. It's really hard to hate Jezebel's music. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana from Gaia's Cradle. Black. Think War Spheres you. We have 1 floating green mana still. 2, 3. Opperman will sack Frog Butler. Each opponent will sacrifice a creature. 1, 2, 3. Sack this. Each opponent will sacrifice a creature. We'll draw another card. We'll go 1, 2. Noxus Newt. We'll draw a card. Next turn. There's Farrakha. Hi, Frika. One, 2, 3. Draw a card. Vraska will green 1, 2, 3. Vraska into play. Like, this is curving out fine and doing some cute stuff. Honestly, are we opposed to, like, an overrun kind of effect? Because Death Touch plus overruns are really funny. Have you considered replacing the Surveillance with the Scry ones? We've done this too much this stream. The bit is no longer affecting me because now I know it's a gag. You're trying to get a rise out of me, and I refuse to let it happen now. Witherbloom Charm's just fine. I like the Gisa that we added. Hornet Queen. Oh, because they're a way to loop Mindslaver with this list. So when I think of looping Mindslaver, I think of Academy Ruins. The answer is yes. You would need Eternal Witness Saw in half, right? What is Overrun? So Overrun is a Magic the Gathering card that gives +3/+3 and trample until end of turn. You don't run actual Overrun in most decks just because it's been kind of outclassed by a lot of different options. But the joke is that Overrun is just shorthand for any spell that gives trample and pumps power. Anyway, O, trample, O, creatures, O, control. Hold on, does Skullwinder have Death Touch? Skullwinder does have Death Touch. Skullwinder's just also really dangerous. It's funny, for sure. It's definitely funny. I think it's dangerous, though. I don't know. I'm not a big fan, especially in like a more like brewy, middling Golgari deck like this. I don't want to give my opponents cards. Really, I don't at all. So it is kind of sad that Craterhoof is like just the strongest thing, but Earthshaker Giant's a good facsimile. Especially since you can cheat it off the top with the Eladamri, which is rather nice. That's fair. I was thinking about the Mindslaver loop. I see. Okay. Gix's command out. It's just kind of expensive for what it does. It does blow up all your Death Touchers, which is kind of funny, but I don't think that's good necessarily. Yeah, this hand's insane. Okay, maybe insanely slow. Sorry, we should have played this, or tap land turn 1. Turn 2, Hapatra. Turn 3, swing with Hapatra. There'll probably be one player who's open. Let's be real. Snake. Oop, close. Think. 1, 2, 3. Eladamri. Next turn. Top card of our land, or library is a land. I think here let's just establish the Serpent Society. Then we draw that land. And then we go Fang of Shigeki, cast it off the top with Eladamri. Glissa, that will cheat with Eladamri. Dink, dink, dink. White Widow. Whenever a creature controls Death Touch deals damage to a player, put a counter on it. Swing with Serpent Society. They're probably not going to block. We'll put a counter on it. Like, look at this. Mana and card advantage Eladamri just gave us. Like, ridiculously powerful. Green, black. Will Witherbloom Charm. Sack the Hapatra token. Each opponent will sacrifice a creature. We'll now draw 2 cards. We will now go green, tap, tap, tap. Beast Whisper off the top of the library. We'll then go green, green. We know that this is not a land. So what we can do now is 3 visits for a Surveil. Surveil. So we know we hit our land drop next turn. Golgari Charm to graveyard. So, and then you combat swing with objects next turn. So 1, 2, Tower Winder off the top. Draw a card because we cast a creature spell. Enters, get command tower. Like at this point, like if we get farewelled, I'm like, dope. I have a whole grip of hands. Or a whole grip of hands. A whole hand of cards. 1, 2. Like imagine we find like Earthshaker Giant here. It'd feel pretty great, right? If only we had a way to tutor it to the top or something. We don't have our Sylvan Scrying. So I guess we just cast objects until we clear the top enough to something we like. Oh, we don't have a mana dork in play. So we can go green, tap, 1, 2. Put Unstoppable Slasher into play from hand. Next turn. Land. Ooh, Black Widow. I like that one. And then, I don't know, this has been curving out rather nicely. We have Finn in hand. That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, I'm vibing with this list so far. It feels like it's playing kind of nicely. I'm just trying to think about what other Death Touch technology we have. Damn, the Serpent Society's non-token creature of their choice? That's insane. That's super powerful. – Okay, I think with the Eladamri stuff, Viscera Seer is just so nice. We can do Umbral Collar Zealot too. Umbral Collar, like a dog. I did. Hang on, collar. There we go. Haha. I swapped the A and the O because I'm a genius. Sereth Viper's Fang. I'm gonna say no. Because it can also non-mo with the Serpent Society Worst Fears Wombo. Archer Arm seems hard to cast, but we have Yavimaya. We just don't have a lot of ways to tutor for Yavimaya, which makes me a little worried about it. We already added a tutor in Lively Dirge, so taking out a tutor doesn't feel that bad. Okay. My final recommendation is going to be Westvale Abbey. Tap 5, tap this land, sack 5 creatures, transform this land, and then transform it. So you make every opponent sacrifice 5 things, basically. And then it flips in fucking Ormondal, 9/7 flying lifelink indestructible. And then I'll take out the Tainted Land, because I don't really like the Tainted Lands. And instead you can run Creeping In, Hostile. Pay 1, tap, sack a creature, put a soul counter on Hostile. Then, if there are 3 or more soul counters on it, remove those counters, transform it, then untap it. We've just added 2 utility lands. Farseek's our worst 2-mana ramp. Let's get, instead of that, White of the Reliquary. Okay, now I'm on a roll here. I got my flow. Sacrifice another creature. Search your library for a land card, put on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Great news. That's Bajuka Bog. Great news. That's Westvale Abbey. Great news. That's Hostile. And then we can probably include a Lazotep Quarry. Lazotep Quarry. Wishclaw. Wishclaw is a really good recommendation. So Wishclaw, with it, you keep Wishclaw unless you want to cut War Spheres. So the joke is you Wishclaw for War Spheres, and you give the Wishclaw Talisman to the opponent that you're going to War Spheres, and then you hand the Wishclaw back to yourself after War Spheresing them, and you get a second kill spell, and then you make them target the Serpent Society twice and kill them. So that's really funny. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to say Death Root Ritual is probably too slow. We just added Beast Whisperer and Eladamri, which are both faster. Okay. That feels pretty decent. Do you only review commander decks? I have a few Oathbreaker decks. I would happy to look at an Oathbreaker deck. I would not say no. Oathbreaker is adjacent enough to commander where I'd feel comfortable reviewing a deck for it. Okay, maybe it's Black Market Connections. All right, I think we've locked it in here. The reason why it's Black Market Connections, by the way, is at 3 mana, I'd rather just like start double spelling or play Eladamri or play Glissa. Like we have a bunch of 3-drops that are way higher card quality. I like the Black Market Connections if we have a 5-mana commander that we desperately want to cast on curve. In which case, it's like a cool cultivate with extra added utility. Okay, I think this is good. I think this is good to go. This feels very nice. We have that nice little White of the Reliquary package. There's a lot of things that we did to raise the floor of this deck quite high, because you'll just always have access to sack outlets from the lands as opposed to spamming Fleshbag Marauders. Like all of your Death Touch creatures are already Fleshbag Marauders. Let's sack them to things that'll give us some value. Clear the top for Eladamri, right? I'm a fan. Hang on, I do have to write down the idea of like flowchart of how to upgrade your commander deck. Like all the funny like first things I do to a commander deck. I think that would do very well as a video. I need to get my phone, it's on my bed.
Okay, got it. I have like a bunch of notes that I like to keep about video ideas that I get. I found recently that I really don't think unless I write stuff out. Does anyone else get like that? No Gorgari Lurcher. So actually, you can lurch into a fucking wood chipper. That's not a real card, you motherfucker. You're not gonna give me this time, fucking Kevin. Even if you do a video, it's still funny to make you re when you see the mana base. Absolutely. But I think it's a really good MTG video idea. Like, here's the flowchart I follow when it comes to upgrading decks, and then I think people would click on that, right? Like, that's a fun, clicky idea. Like, here I've reviewed over this many decks. Here's the flowchart I follow, right? Because people like the flowchart videos. They're fun to follow and stuff. Well, it's not a flowchart video like the old one is. Yeah, oh my god, we're almost at 1K decks. That's such an insane milestone, guys. Thank you so much. Oh, what if I play Scry and Surveil lands? Great, I do that. Shoutouts Kinesos. I run Temple of Mystery and also Hedge Maze in Kinesos, of whom stocks are about to rise on Kinesos. If you want to buy the Sea Monster deck, do it now. I'm telling you, this is not financial advice, but we're about to get a Sea Monster set, guys. Lock in. The Sea Monster commanders are about to do some awesome fluctuations. Unless we get like a bonus sheet, I guess. I could see a bonus sheet happening for Kinesos. He shouldn't be $5. I already think $5 is way too much for Kinesos. First stream I've been able to make, but I've seen plenty of your videos. Love your vibe. Oh, thank you! Finally, someone loves my vibe. I get I'm really crass and mean, and I like to yell and scream and kick my legs, but like honestly, I love having a good time and smiling and clapping my hands. What do you think a good Lantern commander is? I've seen Evelyn and Lonus. I thought I'd go Azorius for some extra stacks pieces. So what sucks about Azorius stacks pieces is like you can't run Stony Silence and stuff, which are some of the stronger stacks pieces, and because it shuts off all your artifacts. But what you could do is I would go Esper with like Noctis. If you're cool with UB, Noctis is a very strong game piece that lets you play artifacts from your graveyard. And so you use the milling as card advantage from all those things, and then you cast them from your graveyard back into play. So you'll get the hate pieces from Azorius, but with the added black and graveyard synergy and stuff. Anyway, we should move on to some other decks to review, eh? Thank you, Raccoona, by the way, as always. Hopefully the Serpent Society upgrade gave you some fun ideas. Sneltus, you're still here, right? And then we'll be Drosif on deck next. Damn, that was a good deck name for the Sea Monsters. I try to name all of my decks something funny. So far as my oldest deck, so she doesn't really have one. I forgot what it is for Kinesos. Hello, I'll be your killer fish for the evening. My PC's named Killer Fish. Like, when it's like connected to the router and shit, I named it after that video. Have you guys seen the Killer Fish video? Do you know what this is a reference to? I'm sure some of you do. But I gotta pull this up. Dink. Let's make sure that the audio is desktop on. Desktop audio on. It's not coming through. Sorry, let me restart the video. My fault. It's all like really far down.
Hello, I'll be your killer fish for the evening. Thank you. This is like peak. I think it's literally the top comment. Yeah, Dad has the camcorder and got bored. Fucking like, it's like that has to have been how this video came to be. Anyway, Sneltus, hello. Let's start your deck review, eh? For real? All right, let's shuffle play the likes again. All right. We have a Rakdos Treasures deck. Rakdos Treasures Reanimator. Let's see if you have my favorite spicy tech for treasure decks. It does not look like it. It's Lantern Control. Ooh. Wait. Valgavoth Lantern Control? Oh. Wait. You might be a genius. I think I did that in a Dimir deck one time. This is fire. Okay, I don't know if I like Chainer. Can I get an idea of Chainer here? Because I think I have a bunch of ideas for this. But first and foremost, what's Chainer for? Is it just a discard outlet? I just wanted to build value out of the mill and from lock milling. So Reanimator package. Yeah, I don't really consider Chainer a Reanimator card though. Like the joke about Chainer is that it lets you smash someone with Valgavoth right away. And I would smash Valgavoth. But happy that you're on the Vengeful Pharaoh. A lot of people don't know about that. I can tell you're a me watcher because a lot of this list is fucking insanely good. Clip that. I watch you religiously. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because there's Goblin Engineer, there's Valgavoth, there's Vengeful Pharaoh. Dude, most people who play Lantern do not know about this heat. This shit's fire. So for the uninitiated, Vengeful Pharaoh, the joke is, in an Entomb deck, this is a kill spell. That's some legacy tech. But also, in a mill deck, it goes back to the top of your library, so you just tap your Lantern mill cards to re-mill it into your graveyard to reset it, without ever having to draw it. That shit's fire. What do you mean you're going to smash Val? He's too innocent for you to smash. Well, I have like a corruption kind of thing, you know. So like turning a good guy like Valgavoth into like a, you know, upstanding citizen Valgavoth. Ooh, Strike It Rich. I don't know if can you paint a picture for me here? Why do we like Strike It Rich? Can Roan reduce the cost of colorless artifacts to 0 if you have Painter Servant? I imagine so. Upstanding Citizen Valgavoth, right green. Yeah, if you enchant it with the 1 blue card, you could do that. Turn 2 Commander. That's fair. I'm just really worried that we're going to live in a world where you go turn 2 Commander and then someone explodes your fucking thing. You know what I mean? And then it's also just, I guess you mill it over, you have flashback. Like, I don't know. I don't want you getting stranded without lock because he's one of your better ways to mill everything. Happy to see Grim Servant. Grim Servant's awesome because it double dips. It's a Reanimate and Tomb card, and then it also gets all of the fucking Codex Shredder shit, which is awesome. Wand of Denial. I see. Yeah, for the lock effect. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't cut the Wand of Denial. This is a good card. I agree. I like it. I think I don't like fishing gear. I think this is too expensive. 5 mana is like a lot. Whisper Silk's fine. I don't know. I don't like... no, Spear is fine. Spear's fine. I don't know if I really like Return the Favor. It seems a bit expensive to hold up a 3 mana redirect. Okay, so we freed up some slots. First thought, Ensnaring Bridge. And you just keep like 1-2 cards in hand for lock. And this is part of the Goblin Engineer package. Worst case, you just don't play it. And like you do play it and sack it to Goblin Engineer for something else. I don't know if I like... No, Dark Ritual makes some amount of sense. Yeah, I'm vibing with most of the rest of this, honestly. Okay, so... Like I said, big fan of Ensnaring Bridge for Lantern Control. Kind of a staple for the archetype, in my opinion. You could run the red Shuffle land. Mad Blind Mountain. This land enters tapped. Shuffle your library. Activate only if you control 2 or more red permanents. That's kind of funny. I think it sucks, but it's really funny. What the fuck is that land? Exactly. You gotta lock in for the shit. There's so many bad cards in this that you're just unaware of. And you really need to open your third eye and spend years on Scryfall to find them. It's from the same cycle as Leeching Swamp and the blue one, Moonring Isle. And it's part of the same cycle as Mistveil Plains, which is the most popular of them, right? Mistveil Plains for Sunforger decks. Also, Scrib Nibblers. Do not sleep on the Scrib Nibblers. Exile the top card of target player's library. If it's a land card, you gain 1 life. And then whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you may untap it. So you can go like, I don't like that spell over there. Dink, you don't gain the life, but whatever. Who cares? Deny that spell over there. Land. Untap it. You can use it again. Pretty cool. It's a 2-for-1 kind of Ghoul Caller's Bell, where you can use it once for free on each of your turns that you have a land drop. I love that you find some prisoners. You are a genius of some sort. I think another fun thing for the Goblin Engineer package would be a Liquid Metal Coating or Liquid Metal Torque. Because you can now turn all of your artifact removal into anything removal. Which is probably worth it. Alright, I'm down to playtest this out. This is super keepable. Dink, dink. I think you always Codex Shred yourself. Always, always. Especially with Animate Dead Reanimate in hand. Yeah, it sucks to mill over the land, but... if your deck's built well, it doesn't matter. Okay, locks in play. Mill yourself again. No, don't mill yourself. You're so sexy. Does anyone have that picture? The one with Jace, where it's like edited over the guy. Anyway, each player mills a card whenever lock attacks. Each treasure. So like we'll get like 2-3 treasures. And then 2 cards we can cast maybe. It's like the average. Tap to mill. Shoot the sheriff. I think we're just gonna go extra combat. Dink. Dink. And then like 2 treasures. Dink, 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 dink. Grim Hireling. Because that card's broken. I try not to have pictures of Jace. Fair. Oh, what's a Dimir commander that isn't really typo focus? I'm trying to get a deck with all the guilds. Dimir, I would go like Lazav, the Multifarious off the top of my head. Scryfall. ID equals Dimir is : commander legal commander sort mana value. Huzzah. So I would go either Lazav the Multifarious, Scientist Supreme of AIM if you like artifacts, Arumi Reanimator. Keep in mind, this is just my preferences. Like, there might be some cool commanders I'm going past, but they're just not my flavor of cool. But, like, I'm talking about what I would build. Atris Flicker. Atris, like, with Gyruda Companion, even cost control Reanimator would be awesome. That's, like, a deck I've always thought about. Urtai Resurrected Wizards, and then you do, like, some insane, like, stifling your own negative triggers and stuff. Bounce it back to your hand constantly with the stupid fucking Riptide Laboratory. Have Notion Thief, so you steal your opponent's card draws when you counter their shit. That's all funny. John Arenicus, bad gifts. There's one funny idea with John Arenicus, which is Relentless Rats, because Relentless Rats counts... One of the rats that you can put any number of counts all the rats in play, not the ones you control. So you give them away to opponents and have them goaded permanently, and they beat each other to death with the rats. That's a kind of funny idea. Savitri is typal, but it is like a cool toolboxy commander where you can have any Dimir dragon just like for 4 mana. That's kind of fun. Hidetsugu and Kairi big spells is really good. Nimmer's Control is really good. Hell, Phoenix Mill is like just a timeless classic. Scarab God Control. Zareth Sand, it sucks you can't Commander Ninjutsu him with that. But, well, I mean, thank God we don't have another Commander Ninjutsu card. But if this was like a cool ability you could do with command attacks, it would be awesome. Yeah, we're steadfast reaching the end. Xanathar's cool. It's like a Lantern Control kind of deck. Toxtrol's fine. So yeah, Dimir has a lot of options that I even enjoy, so. Oscar Duff, self-discard is peak. I just typically find that Oscar decks do nothing. I don't know, he's just very dirtily. That's not my flavor of commander. Whenever you get a chance, out of curiosity, what are your thoughts on the Clover format? I don't know what the Clover format is, I'm sorry. Emmett Selk. Emmett Selk's cool. Ooh, we have a mountain. I mean, okay, the engine's feeling pretty good. I'm wondering if there's more consistent ways to grab the lantern object. Like, Urza Saga is just non-negotiable, right? I'm so sorry. I really don't want to do this. I don't like putting expensive cards like that into people's decks, but... finding Lantern is like how this deck becomes very interesting. So like $30 card, it's a lot, but it's so good to find Lantern of Insight. It really is just that good. And then maybe you do Goblin Matron. Goblin Matron can find Goblin Engineer. We can do Reckless Handling. Right, search your library for an artifact card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. Then discard a card at random. If an artifact card is discarded this way, it does 2 damage to each opponent. So maybe out Seize the Spotlight. I think Seize the Spotlight's a little bad if you don't have sack outlets, which this deck doesn't really have. Because they always just choose to give you the creature and then you just attack. Or like, yeah, there's a little bit of cantripping, but like, I much prefer it in a sack deck. Faker and Death says Treasure, but I don't think it's that good. Alright. Playtest. Discard. Draw. Exile your graveyard. The classic turn 1 play. Bait this looting. Draw 2 cards. Put the Vengeful Pharaoh where he belongs. And also Sundering Eruption. City of Brass. Lock. Swamp. Ghoul Caller's Bell. Tap. Each player mills a card. Flashback Faithless Looting. Attack. Each player mills. Add like a couple treasures. This guy's strong. If a land card was milled this way, create a treasure token. My bad. You don't get multiple. So you get 1 treasure token each time. That's fair. Way fairer than I thought it was. Honestly, here I might go Midgard, draw 2. And then go land. And then Tybalt's Trickery something. And then everyone mills. Yeah, it's just like we're not finding the lantern. And that's making the deck a little bit more one note. The dragon that searches an artifact and gives it back when it dies. Yeah, but how are we killing it? Like, we don't run Kiki Jikis and stuff. Fable's fine. But I think Goblin and Matron should come in just to find the Goblin Engineer that thing and find the Lantern. Because that's, like, objectively what you want to do. I'm fine with going a little bit slower. We don't really need Dark Ritual. Maybe Whisper Silk? Just one of the slower commander cards. Okay, here's a good hand. So I think you start on Dragon Skull. Then Urza's Saga, Idle Oblivion. This takes up to 2. Whoops. This takes up to 2. Swamp, 1, 2, 3. Scrib Nibblers. Next turn, this takes over to 3. Dink. Lantern of Insight. Access Tunnel, 1, 2, 3. Lock. And then you can, in between Access Tunnel, you can get rid of 1 card you don't like. And then you can do that again. And then next turn, we now have the full-on play top revealed. So here, you attack with Lock. Each player mills. You make at least 1 treasure. Guaranteed, because you did have a land. Tap, draw a card. Command Tower. And you can activate Scrib Nibblers in between the Command Tower there. 1, 2, 3. Inspiring Statuary. And then now you can go red. No, I would just hold up Untimely here. And then get rid of another card you don't like. Okay, Vengeful Pharaoh on top of your library is literally like God himself has ordained you king if you fucking get to do this. That feels awesome. Then we can go black 1, sack treasure, draw 2, make a treasure. We want to draw this Entomb. So tap Idle Oblivion, draw the Victimize. Black Entomb. Valgavoth, Terror Eater. Is our only other creature Vengeful Pharaoh? That's fine. Oh no! Our Vengeful Pharaoh has to come back into play. Goodbye, Locke. You've done your duty. Think, think. Exile the top card of target player's library that you don't like. And then this turn, you're off to the fucking races, man. 1, 2. Lightning Greaves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lock. A quick lock with lightning grooves. Also, do the Scribnibbler thing. Oh wait, no, we haven't done our land drop yet. So we can go land, clear the top card, attack with this. Each player mills. Draw a card here because you probably made a treasure token. Whoops, that's not a treasure. So this is a very good position for turn 7. And this was entirely enabled by Urza Saga. So I'm thinking maybe Expedition map. Because you do also have Bazooka Bug. I don't like Urza's Cave because I think getting Urza Saga on turn 4 is a little too slow. But going turn 1 map, turn 2 crack map, turn 3 Urza Saga lock is... That's a real play pattern. Hurl Through Hell is just funny. I would never cut that, I think. Maybe no Sign in Blood. We just have all these other cards that are kind of funny. Yeah, I wouldn't run World Map either. It has the same problem as Urza Saga, where it's kind of too slow to activate. Is Temple Bell good for Lantern? No. Ideally, your opponents are drawing no cards ever that are good. If you draw them extra cards, then it becomes easier to break out of the lock. If they play a commander that draws them a bunch of cards, it becomes easier to break out of the lock. There's like a lot of things that breaks Lantern control. In fact, I'm actually going to add Disruptor Flute. So if someone has like Shalane or like Corvold in the command zone, you can just disrupt them and stop them from playing their commander. But Elk, what about their fun? Think about the fun of the Corvold player. You're a horrible, mean person for including stacks in your deck. Dog, they should run a braid. I'm gonna be real. They should run a braid. All right, goodbye, Flashback. It's been an honor. Is Demonic Council any good? Yes, because you run Valgavoth, but no, because it puts it in your hand. If it put it in the graveyard, oh yeah, let's go. I don't think Delirium's hard to hit in this deck, to be clear, but it is... It is something. Actually, maybe you go no Grenzo, no Goblin Matron, and then you run Cardur Doomscourge as the goad card of choice, which is a demon that can get got off Demonic Council. And then Demonic Council has the other mode of be a tutor that can go and get Lantern. Right. So that's a double duty there for Demonic Council, where it is both goad and also this, and that's slightly better than Goblin Matron, I think. So now the hoop to jump through isn't to get goblins. The hoop to jump through is to run an extra demon that's pretty decent, and then also have Delirium, which isn't hard to do in your Faithless Looting deck, as it turns out. How about instead of Smoke Bomb, we run a different unblockable enabler, Detectives Phoenix. Detectives Phoenix is collect evidence 6, bestow red 1, so it gives +2/+2 flying haste if you have red and 6 mana value of things in your graveyard. To have 6 mana value of things in your graveyard, by the way, -1 here, minus Midgar. I guess I'll add back that swamp then, actually, because I think we just want to cut the tap lands. Only if you control swamp. I don't really like the tainted lands. So we cut 2 cards and we add in Oliphant. Right, Land Cycler for 1. That's a land, but it's also 6 mana value for the Phoenix. Troll of Khazad Doom, which is another 6 mana Land Cycler. And Land Cyclers shuffle your library, which is really good with Lantern. Right, there's a lot of things going around. Imscure Iron Eater. Ooh, Imscure Iron Eater is a very good call out. This guy's basically as good as Night's Whisper a lot of the time. Slightly better in some circumstances. He's also a demon. Yeah, holy shit. That's incredible. You can get him off the Demonic Council. Wow, this is incredible. This is really shaping up. I like this a lot. Maybe no Zorn. I haven't felt the need for Zorn. There's a lot of people who are Zorn addicts around here. I'm not going to lie. Okay. Have Imscure shots prices shut up? Is Imscure $1 billion now? No, he's 15 cents. But oh, you just mean like as like a card, he's cooler. That's fair. Restart. I'd keep this even though it's kind of slow. Exile your graveyard. Next turn. Spire of Industry. Idle Oblivion. Next turn. Urza Saga. Add a counter. 1, 2, 3. All of a sudden, this is a real game. Dink 2. City of Brass. 1, 2, 3. Inspiring Statuary. Next turn, this ticks over. Dink. Get Lantern of Insight. We should have attacked with Lock last turn. We would have one extra card and a treasure token here. Okay, so Swamp. Play with top card revealed. Deadly Dispute. That's fine. I really don't care about that. Ghoul Caller's Bell. Brotherhood Regalia. Equip. Swing. Each player mills. You get a treasure token. And then now you're like, this is a pretty good control spot to be in. Is it bad that I don't like Sir Conrad? I guess Sir Conrad's activated ability is kind of nice, isn't it? Okay, I've come around on it. I like it now. I'm like, we're just pinging people like once or twice every time we mill. That doesn't seem that good, but no, it is like, it's pretty decent actually for the activated ability. Okay. I'm gonna lock in that we're close to done with this list. It feels pretty decent. So keep in mind, as a Lantern player, the goal is not to win the game. The goal is to like do funny things and then annoy people. This is still capable of winning the game because we have Algavoth flying around. We've already gotten this song today. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good to go, personally. So, yeah, thank you for getting a deck review. Sneltus. Looks good. Hell yeah, thanks dude, this looks sick. I'm glad two Lantern sickos could meld minds for a second. Next up, Drosef. Shoutouts, Golbez. As always, I just like to declutter a little bit, move the sideboard into considering. Because the sideboard is the cards you're actually considering, and the considering is like they're like third degree removed from like cards you're considering. You know what I mean? I've been working on this Golbez deck a long time and love it as a deck manipulation graveyard deck. Are we another Lantern control deck today? Okay, no, it is not. Okay. So many Final Fantasy decks today? Final Fantasy was a good set. You know, Universes Beyond, there's a lot to critique about it. The designs in Final Fantasy were wicked. Considering is the emotional support counter cards? Exactly. Alright, I've been working on this Golbez deck a long time and love it as a deck manipulation graveyard deck that is more interesting and flexible than just going Reanimator. While Golbez lists I've seen just go the play as many common artifact synergies as possible, I've gone one for a token route that can quickly be used to bring Golbez up to 4 or 8 artifacts and use them for the main Golbez, making people lose life. Okay, just life bombing people, yeah. I'm going for mid to high bracket 3. Number of cards in a graveyard. Turn a creature card, I see. So we're running all the stars that are huge. Okay. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of just down to playtest this and see how it feels. Whoa. Morphic Pool. Dink. Dude, Vamp for a land drop. Okay, we would have hit it, but I think it's just always better just to fix here. Demir Spybug. Stock up. Grim Hireling's broken. Land drop is broken. Bottom. Next turn. Island. 1, 2, 3, 4. Grim Hireling. Swing, get 2 treasures, cast Golbez. Next turn. What do we typically entomb for, by the way, before I cast this card? That's for Kane. Unshakable Tail. Ooh! I see. Kane was Homeward. I see. So, how do we reanimate this object? Because it is really easy. Just go dink, entomb. Dink, add token, treasure. Surveil 2. Graveyard. Fetch. Undercity Sewers. Graveyard. Blue, black, Ancient One. Next turn. Brainstorm. Draw a card. Discard a card. Mills equal to its mana value. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know. I don't really like the Entomb. Well, I guess you just Entomb for Golbez, huh? Being a rare and set for control 4 more artifacts, return target creature card. I'm a stupid idiot. Yeah, if you have 4 more artifacts, Golbez returns to your hand. Our deck is decently cheap, where I'm like, I don't know if we really need Tez. Like, Tez is good with Cityscape Level or Wormcoil, and I'm not even a big fan of Wormcoil, generally speaking. So I think I'd hit it with that. And then, like, I see Brainstorm, no... Wait, what? Okay, no stock up. We don't have Brain Surge. Yeah, Brain Surge is insane. Is this a Living Death deck? Yes. I took out Brain Surge for Kiora. They do different things. They do very different things. This card is not anywhere remotely near this card. This card's closer to stock up. In my opinion, you look at 4, you take 2. And then the other 2 that you put on top, like Temporal Mastery. Right, like take an extra turn. Yeah, Force definitely doesn't have any synergy, but it's like, you know, just we have a lot of blue cards. If you're going to run Force of Will, though, you do need to be running... okay, you need to be running is very strong language, but you should be on, in my opinion, Lorien Revealed. Oh, you already have Sink into Stupor. So... But this is a land drop that is also a blue card that you can pitch. Force a guy from a pre-list. Yeah, that's a perfectly valid reason to include a card. Drop. Island. Next turn. Vault of Whispers. Dink, dink, Commander. Next turn. Watery Grave. Dink, dink, Genesis Chamber. Enters Surveil 1. Graveyard. 1, 2, 3. Dink, non-token creature enters. You get a mirror. You get to surveil one. Top. Next turn. Top. Cast an artifact spell, so we create an artifact, or create a clue. So this enters first. Surveil one. Graveyard. This enters now. Surveil one. Graveyard. Activate top. 1, 2, 3. Top, top, top. Blue. Or 1. Blue, yeah. Brainstorm. Draw 3. 1, 2, 3. Put 2 on top. Grim Hireling. Breach. Clearwater Pathway. Think, think. Scroll Rack. Make a clue. Surveil 2. Graveyard. Breach the Multiverse. Graveyard. Grim Hireling. Great. If we control 4 more artifacts, we do. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Grim Hireling to hand. Next turn. Command Tower. Pay 1 into top. I do think Grave Research is a little slow. We have to wait a whole turn to get the reanimate active. That does feel pretty bad. I mean, the floor is fine. It's a 3/3 that surveils. I just... Anytime before turn 3, that feels a little bad. I'm vibing with a lot of this list, though. I really like the Living Death. Do we already have Bogart Trawler? Yes, we do. We already have Bajuka Bog? Yes, we do. We don't have Bajuka Bog. So I would run a Bajuka Bog. These are really gorgeous lands. I just noticed these. Wow. What are these from? Well, they're from D&D. I can see the logo, but since we've turned this into a Living Death deck, I think Bajuka Bog is definitely on the table. Super Entombs, they're really good in Golbez. Yeah, honestly, I think I don't like Vampiric Tutor more than I like Gifts Ungiven. Because Gifts Ungiven is double Entomb. Look for 4 cards with different names and reveal them. Target opponent chooses 2 of those cards. Put the chosen cards in your hand, in the rest in your hand, or you put the 2 that they choose in your graveyard. So what you do is you fail to find, or well, it's up to 2 now. So you find 2 cards. It's a double Entomb. Because they can only choose the 2 cards that you search for, and you put them both in your graveyard. Yeah, the original printing was fail to find wording. Search your library for 4 cards with different names. Different names you can fail to find because it has a limiter on it. Yeah. So I think Gifts is more cool than the Vamp. Even though the Vamp's cool to set up a Miracle. I'll give you that. Okay, maybe you don't run Cyclonic Rift. And you run Temporal Mastery only. And then you do Vamp. Like, maybe you do that. Because this can set up a Temporal Mastery. But either way, Gifts should be here. Black Market's fine here, I think. Oh, if only Narset wasn't Game Changer, man. The fucking... Whenever I see Cephalid Coliseum, my first thought is like, okay, draw your card for turn on draw step. Target you with fucking Cephalid Coliseum. Skip those 3 draws. Discard 3, moron. But I don't think that's this kind of deck. It's really funny, though. You get Notion Thief, too. Oh, Notion Thief. My love. I guess let's go with... the 4-mana MDFC land in Dimir that can get you a flash card. This card pairs very well with free counter magic. Watcher Logged Teachings. So Waterlog Teachings. The joke is if you have 4 mana up and you have a blue card in your hand, you can cast Waterlog Teachings and just grab Force of Will and then pitch cast it. So that's one thing this thing does. It also gets Gifts Ungiven. It also gets Perplex, tutoring for tutors lol. It also gets Brainstorm if you have a Temporal Mastery Strand in your hand, right? Like this. Yeah, MDFCs are always good, but like you also need some added synergy for the MDFCs, and that's what this has is added synergy with this deck because it gets Force of Will. That's synergistic. Oh, they're both just good cards, so there's not really synergy there. It's like. Yeah, they're both good cards, but it's still synergy to like go grab a pitch spell with this expensive tutor. That's a real thing. There's certain pedantic people that drive me up the wall. Anyway, this looking pretty good. Turn 1, tap land. Next turn. Gobez. Next turn. Archway of Innovation, we control an island. The Everflowing Well. That enters, we surveil 1. Ponder. I'm a fan of Ponder. And then we mill... Oh, well, it doesn't matter. So might as well surveil it. And then we mill 2 cards, draw 2 cards. Move to discard. Goodbye, Grim Servant. Next turn. Okay. Here I just hold out a counter magic. MDFCs were a mistake, IMO. I think you're wrong. I think you're very wrong. But that's okay. There's reasons to like them, there's reasons not to. Both things can be correct. So, I think getting Mirko online is pretty good. Shout out my favorite surprise trans woman, Mirko. Do you guys know about that? I'm gonna say no. So during Murders of Carlos Manor pre-release, Mirko's trans. Okay, so what you're supposed to say when I say, do you guys know about that? So they do like little lore snippets for the characters. And my only guess is that someone at Wizards read Mirko's name, wasn't familiar with Mirko Voss, and read Mirko's name as Mirko or something, and then was like, okay, wrote up the thing. It uses she, her pronouns in the blurb for Mirko. Like, erroneously. So everyone's like, I didn't know Mirko was trans like that. Cool. The answer is he is just a typo. Draw 2, discard Grim Hireling, discard fucking Cruel Somnophage. Like this is really nice here because this is like actively a living death game. Sorry, you should entomb and then tap that for that blue. Just get your biggest fuck off creature. Next turn, swing with everything, hope they block. They won't. You get an 8/8 Kraken. They might block Kiora because they might think you're swinging Kiora just to get the 8/8. And then you go hit them with the Living Death Ray. So this is really cool that we didn't hit a artifact kind of game here, but we still got to do Living Death stuff. All right. Right. This looks cool. Because I think it's cool. Okay, so I'm just trying to lock in my head like what other big fucks are there and like big artifacts and junk and how to make everything synergize kind of nicely here. Because right now the deck's playing fine. I really have no comment about how okay this is playing. In fact, it's playing rather nicely. I think maybe Lobelia's kind of like low floor, hard to make use of. Ultron the Annihilator or no UB? Well, we have a UB commander, so I hope UB is on the table. But maybe it's Final Fantasy only. Let me double check the blurb. I like Tidespout Tyrant and Hullbreaker's big blue creatures. Yeah, I just think it doesn't really do that much. I guess you can cast a bunch of artifacts in a row and trigger all your artifact synergies. That's kind of cool. You have, I was going to say you have Glasspool Mimic, but you don't. Maybe instead of this, you do Glasspool Mimic. Because Glasspool Mimic is pretty great with Hullbreaker. Because the best synergy piece for Hullbreaker Horror is Hullbreaker Horror. But yeah, I can vibe with that. There's some fun loops you can do here where you go like Retrofitter Foundry, cast it, Sensei's Top back to hand, cast Sensei's Top, Retrofitter back to hand, Sensei's Divining Top, you know, and you get a bunch of clues with Forensic Agitator, you surveil a bunch. Yeah, you stride hanger all over the place. Like that's, and you're not going infinite, right? Because it costs 1 mana each time. Okay, I mean, Frank, I don't really think I like Sir Conrad. It's kind of decent with Living Death, but Living Death is kind of decent with Living Death. Like you don't need to make this card better. So, I don't know. I just feel like he's going to do too little damage over the course of the game. Especially with only 30 creatures, no Necropotence. Like, that's something that's caught my eye. MODOK. This is a decent MODOK deck, isn't it? I'm just scared about paying that much life and not have a way of recouping it. MODOK is very life intensive. I think I would actually, because this is mostly a surveil deck with enhanced surveillance, I would have Doom Whisperer first. A lot of the deck is trying to get Unshakable Tail. Whenever one or more creature cards are put into your graveyard from your library, investigate. Yeah, it's just not something you can really guarantee. This seems like really, like, because Sir Conrad to me is very low floor. It's 5 mana, and like, he's gonna do like 4 damage to each opponent with like a 30 creature deck. That is. He wombos with Living Death a little bit. He wombos with Unshakable Tail a little bit. Like, you need to hit like 5 creatures in a row with Unshakable Tail, and then also, I don't know. It feels like Unshakable Tail is already like gas at that point. Like, why do you need to add more? I guess you do enhanced surveillance stuff. Okay, you know what? I can hear out Sir Conrad. He's just fine enough. He's fine enough. Trays it in the deck too. I mean, we don't have a lot of activated abilities of artifacts, do we? We have Spellskite. Yeah, kill my 6-drop. Oh, you can unearth him from on the battlefield. It's not real. Retrofitter. But then if we have Retrofitter, we just use Retrofitter. Sensei's Top. Yeah, we can put our 6-drop on top of our library. Very good. Scrack. I guess an extra Scrack isn't that bad. It seems very low impact. That just shouldn't even be in the deck. We can equip him. Awesome. So literally not a lot. What's the fucking eye that manifests dreads? A pornoculus? I don't hate that concept. I'm just a little concerned about exiling a graveyard of big monsters. What's the name of that one fucking room? Wait, that room is insane. The polluted cistern. Whenever one or more cards are put into your graveyard from your library, each opponent loses 1 life for each card type among those cards. When you unlock this door, mill 3 cards and return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So for 2 mana, every Surveil does at least 1 damage. Sometimes it does multiple damage if you mill a 2-type permanent like Baleful Strix. Or if you have multiple Surveils and you Surveil 2 things over that are different types. So every Surveil does 1 damage now with Polluted Cistern in play. Planetarium of Wan Shi Tong is fun. Oh, hang on. Because you cast Planetarium, it enters, you Surveil 1 right away. I mean, I don't hate that idea. I don't like tapping out of my Dimir deck. But it's something to think about, for sure. Our deck's too small, but if you do a bigger version of this deck, I can see it's already in the considering. If you do a bigger version of this deck, Rook Turret. Yeah, 6 seems pricey, and that's exactly what I'm agreeing with. I don't really like tapping out when I have a bunch of counter magic. Whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw a card if you do discard a card. Okay, so artifact enters, you Surveil 1, then you draw, discard, and then maybe that makes Unshakable Tail do some stuff, right? From your library. It's okay. Anyway, I think this deck's about good to go then. I think the Polluted Cistern was a good last minute inclusion there. I'm glad I took a second to really think about some other options here. Do we have any other spicy tech from chat here? Or is this just awesome? Because I'm leaning towards it's just awesome. Braids. Which one? You can run either. I guess you're thinking about Cabal Minion because we make a bunch of artifact tokens. Braids isn't a bad idea. Arisen Nightmare. Oh. Oh, you review decks? Yes. I review decks all the time, Joshy. If you're new around here, one of the best ways to support the channel is to get your deck reviewed. Either you can get 45k channel points, and we do ideally once a month. I've been busy this month when my friends recently got laid off, so I've just had a lot of free time with him, and we've been going out and hanging out and stuff. But normally we'll have a free deck review stream where you can spend 45k channel points to get a free deck review. Also, there's the coffee. If you don't want to wait for one of those, we have a slot. I think we have 2 slots left for Tuesday and this coming Tuesday stream. And then we have 6 slots for next week's Sunday stream. Sorry, we have 4 slots left for next Sunday stream. There's already been 2 that have been bought. So, wow, that is really fast purchasing, honestly. There was a solid month or 2 where it was rapid fire sales. Literally I would start the stream and the decks would sell out before the stream ended. And now it's a little bit more slow. There's a little bit more hope to get one, not on the streaming day, but they still fill up quite a quick. But anyway, there's 2 slots left for this upcoming Tuesday stream. It's really helped support me a lot. So if you want to get your deck reviewed soon, that's the way to do it. Tuesday. Hooray. There's 2 slots left. Anyway, thank you so much for getting a deck review. I think this one's good to go. There's also that one guy who bought all the deck reviews. Yeah, I'm fine with buying multiple deck reviews, so long as you're not buying all 6, I guess, and so long as you're not doing it frame 1. If you're not doing it frame 1, you're okay to get a couple. Phyrexian Metamorph is always a great card. Yeah, I agree, but there's not... I like it more with Thran Dynamo and other things. Typically when I think of Phyrexian Metamorph being awesome, it's because I'm playing Thran Dynamo on turn 4, tapping it for 3 mana, Phyrexian Metamorphing it, and then there's also just a bunch of high impact ETB artifacts in the deck, which doesn't really feel like this list. But that's just preference, at the end of the day. All right, anyway, moving on. We have a last deck review from NTA. Ooh, okay. An Exodus Awaken the Blood avatar. It's been so long since I've seen one of these around here. Do we have NTA here? If not, that's fine, because he says we can do it without him. I'll try to be there for the stream, but I'm EU time zone. Cannot guarantee I'll make it. If I'm not there, you can just review it without me with present. I hope the description below is good enough in case I'm not there. I'm NTA, he, him. This is the main deck I've been playing in online games recently. The idea is to simply cast and/or copy Awaken the Blood avatar as often as possible to edict my opponent's board and do enough damage in increments of 3 to win the game. Depending on how good it is, I can throw some tokens with flying to help, but I don't want to count on it. I used to run an Aristocrats package with this, but I didn't really like it, and it just made the game plan less consistent, so I got most of it. I'm not set on the bracket right now. I just run into bracket 2 because that's commonly played what's in my pod, and I like the SLC Demonic Tutor art. Fair. How much is this Demonic Tutor now? Oh my god, the secret lair was so insane. No wonder why I got like evaporated in 1 second. I don't really have restrictions. I play this deck online. Feel free to... I feel like the deck either works exactly as I want it to or doesn't work at all, depending on the draws I'm getting. So the main problem for me is consistency. There's not really an in-between there. It's all either all or nothing. I also suck at building mana bases. I'm well aware of that. So we have 38 lands. That is a little low. So I'm all down for spamming blood avatars. I don't think Stormkiller Artist or Silver... No, Silverquill can play a role in that. For me, though, it's like, if we're casting Awaken the Blood avatar, instead of putting this in my command zone, what if we just put Exodus in the graveyard and then, like, start unearthing Exodus repeatedly? Is that something? Like, Tortured Existence stuff? Phyrexian Reclamation? Because this keeps Blood Avatar cheap forever. Yeah, populate stuff. It is a very fun token to populate. I like Phyrexian Reclamation. Oh yeah, there is that one. So if the creature died this turn, populate. Phyrexian Arena, no way. Create 2/1/1s. Create a treasure token. We're not tapping our blood avatar tokens. I guess this just makes 2 dudes. I guess it does just make 2 dudes, but like there's better ways in black to make dudes and white to make dudes. I think I'm just mainly take a lot of issue with the token generation of your list. And in fact, I already do. So let's talk about maybe what we can include instead. I don't like reassembling skeleton. Bloodghast makes some amount of sense, but we are at a 3-color deck. Bitterbloom Bear makes a ton of sense, though. This is the only double black card I'm really interested in running because the ceiling's just so high. Monastery Mentor makes sense. I also like Young PZ. I like it Mahadi. Morbid Opportunist makes sense. Ophiomancer makes sense. Prismari Pianist. Yeah, sure. Why not? Sedgemoor Witch. Yes. Hatut Zeraze Strike Force. Cast a spell, copy for each time you play the commander from the commands on this game. Oh, that's fun. I don't think it's necessarily the best. It's definitely fun, though. Mondrak, yeah. I can buy it. You know what I like better than Mondrak? I think instead of Mondrak... No, Mondrak is badass. Mondrak's fine. I was going to say, I think I like the one that doubles your burn damage more, but it's okay. I think it does the same. It's the same. This just gives you an extra token, which also doubles your burn damage and also gives you an extra token. Pitiless Plunderer, makes sense, but probably not the best. It's okay. Song, I prefer to have repeatable token creation. I prefer to have repeatable token creation. Fourth Earling, this is the exception. This card's broken. This is a board clear, I guess. Entreat, I don't like the non-miracle cost, and it's kind of hard to set up. Lingering Souls I love, Srams I love. Like, these are both fine as far as 1-for-1, like, or one-shot uses are. Culling the Weak seems a little bit glass cannon-y. I don't like going down a card just to be a little faster. If we're being a little faster, I like to combo off and win, not make a 6/6 effectively. Secure the Waste is fine.
Creatures you control gain afterlife 1, draw a card. That's fun. Body count's fun. That's fun. I don't think I'm vibing with the talismans. Maybe just keep Arcane Signet. Bitter Blossom, Marco Connections. Out. Marstar's great. Windcrag Siege. I think I'd prefer that to be Anointed. I have Mondrak and nothing else, in my opinion. Assembled Legion's a little slow. So I'd prefer that to be Ishin. Because at least you can attack Ishin if you're, like, desperate. It's a creature you can kill. The token tripler got O'Hare Talk. I don't like O'Hare Talk. It's fine. But we freed up a lot of spots. Let's talk about Jacked Rabbit. Right? Jacked Rabbit's a very good card. Dink. When it enters, create number 1/1 right rabbit tokens equal to its power whenever it attacks. So, hey, how do you buff its power? Hey, great news. You have options like Detective's Phoenix. Surprise, Detective's Phoenix. Makes another appearance here. What do you run with that? Oliphant. Troll of Khazad Doom. Right. These fill up the graveyard really nicely. You can do Adeline, Resplendent Cathar. Although Adeline's tokens are more prone to dying, whereas Jacked Rabbits aren't tapped and attacking. You could do Gut. Gut True Soul Zealot. Gut loves Voldaren Epicure. Voldaren Epicure also comes with a blood token that you can discard a 6, like a big mana value thing for to help pay for Detective's Phoenix. So some discard outlet synergy there. What's the other one that makes a blood? It's Blood Tithe Collector. Blood Tithe Collector is also very good. Nope, that's not the name of the card. Mana value equals 2 blood. Blood Tithe Harvester. There we go. 2 mana, it's a 3/2, makes a blood token when it enters, which is another thing you can sacrifice to Gut True Soul Zealot to make a 4/1 skeleton. And the joke here now is with Gut and all these like kind of tokeny aggro cards, you can have a backup plan in case the Awaken the Blood avatar doesn't work, and you can just beat them to death with 4/1 skeletons. These things hurt bad. It's no joke. So there's the name of the new god from Lorwyn. Iridu. Creature spells you cast have Convoke. Uh-oh. That's a little dangerous in our tokens deck, isn't it? We could do Saw and half Broodlord stuff. I don't know if I'm interested in that per se. I don't even know what I'd grab, honestly. Everything's just like high card quality. Broodlord's great when you have specific cards you have in mind to grab. Here, I'm just like, I don't know if I really want a Broodlord necessarily. I'm just shouting that out because normally hoarding Broodlord is something I would add to these kind of token decks. But I'm not gonna say it's bad. It's not. Hoarding Broodlord Saw and half can go in your deck, but it's just something to consider, not something that's necessarily required. Dollmaker Shop, yeah, Dollmaker Shop. Yeah, we can add the whole Cut of Plains for a Windbrisk Heights. Cut of Plains for Maria's Call. What's the name of the fucking Collector's Cage? Felia, Exuberant Shepherd, Flicker Wisp. So the joke here is that Flicker Wisp and Felia can both reset Collector's Cage. Flicker Wisp can reset Windbrisk Heights, and these are great ways to cheat mana on cards like Porcelain Gallery, which makes all of your creatures huge and kills your opponents. Amaria's Call, right? This is a big like sorcery that you can cheat out into play off of these, and then it's also just an untapped land on the back. So those are cool. Fan of those. I like all of this. More token cards, though. What's the name of the stupid fucking dog? Token Indestructible. Antioch Strike Leader. Whenever you attack with this creature and or your commander, for each opponent, create a 1/1 red goblin creature token that's tapped and attacking that player. Sack, creatures you control gain indestructible until end of turn. Ding, ding, ding. Aneem Pakal if you're going aggro. I don't really like Aneem unless we have Impact Tremors, which we don't. So I'm not really in on Aneem. And plus, like, Aneem being 3 mana is just so much mana for me. Like, I'd rather make not attacking tokens. Does Aneem make not attacking tokens? Hang on, pause. Before I continue to cast Judgment. That are tapped and attacking. Yeah, I don't like the words tapped and attacking here unless it's a Menace Skeleton. That makes it really hard to block. But generally speaking, like, this is tapped and attacking, but it's also 2 mana. Jolly Balloon Man? No, I'm not really into that idea. I think I like the idea of, like, I don't know. Another 2 or 1 drop, ideally, that, like, makes a token like Thraben Inspector would be fine. Do cards like Visions of Ruin see the butt side of Exodus? No, it only sees the front, sadly. Whenever an MDFC is in anywhere other than the stack or the battlefield, it only sees the top face card. Stack, battlefield, it's whatever face is up. And anywhere else, it's the front face only. Fucked up? No, I think it's fine. It makes sense. Okay. More token junk. Jadar? Ghoul Caller? We're already running Lagomos. This is a very similar kind of vibe. Charismatic Conqueror? I just feel like they don't give you tokens, and that's what I don't really like about Charismatic Conqueror. Like, your opponents have the choice to be stupid. I just want a card that's constantly broken, you know what I mean? Maybe Lord Skitter. I don't like Illustrious Wanderglyph because I feel like it comes down too late. Honestly, I'm cutting out other planes. Kabira Takedown is so good. Weevil the Mardu, but let's also add Thraben Charm. Honestly, I think I like Thraben Charm slightly more than Path. This card just cracked. Really good. What are some other stupid token generators? Because as good as Adeline is, I'm just like, the tapped and attacking soldiers are not going to stick around. And that's, I think, the sorry truth of the fact of the matter. So ideally more like 1 to 3 mana token gen is what we're looking at. Maybe a Johnny. A Johnny Nakatl Pariah. Comes in, makes a token, flips into a token generator that also shoots things. When you have a red permanent, which you will. Is this a Goblin Bombardment deck? It almost certainly is, right? Oh, that's my dust. Okay, I'd keep this. Drop. Tap land. Next turn. Tap land. Tap land. So I'm noticing a problem. Noticing a kind of small issue here. Hop to it. I don't really like Hop Tua. I know we have no restrictions, but I'm still going to make the mana base as budget as I would be comfortable with buying. This is your secret magical code, viewer at home, for getting some of the best lands. Two or more opponents, $6. Sure. $6 on tap land. Sure. $6 on tap, or $5 on tap land. Sure. $5 on tap land. Sure. Dark Fortress is pretty solid. Two or more basics. Fast lands are very good. Fast lands are really good. Two or more others. I like the slow lands as well. Two or more, sure. Pain lands I love. Fast lands I love once again. Tainted lands. Don't like tainted lands, especially not in 3-color. Caves. Makes sense. Swamp or mountain? That's a little hard to do, but I think it's fine enough. Two or more basics. Not going to happen here. Control plains or swamp. That can happen. Two or more basic lands. Once again, not going to happen. Reveal one. Ew, I don't really like the reveal lands at all. And your preference for lands will basically come up over time as you play. This isn't really something you can... I could go into like each land cycle and like why I like them versus why I don't, but I think it's not a good use of anyone's time. Snarl out. And then add like another plains in. Okay. We need one more cut. 39, yeah, we need one more land out because we have 2 land cyclers here. Maybe just a basic mountain. I'd gladly listen to an hour-long rant about all the land cycles. Maybe that's a video worth doing. I just feel like not a lot of people would watch that. And I hate to be all about the views, but it's more of like getting my money back on a video than it is about like actual viewership. Like I'm more than happy to make a video that doesn't really pop off really hard so long as I get my money back from it. Anyway, here's why fast lands are awesome. Just dink, 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 Mahadi. Turn Windburst Kites. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nah, we're fine. Let's get 4 Lingus, I guess, or Sacred Foundry for ramp. You're able to play the lands off Hideaway, by the way, even if you've already played the land that turn. Just establish Morbid Opportunist next turn. Silent Clearing. Okay, this is feeling a little clunky. Okay, in hindsight, Mahadi is slightly worse than the other object. Maybe no Prismari Pianist. Because 3 mana is a lot for a token generator. No Monastery, no Sedgemoor. Because we've gone down on instants and sorceries a little. We still have some, but I'd rather just stick with the cheapest one, Young PZ. Type creature. Sort. Oh, Skrull's Hive. Because we have Bitter Blossom. I just remembered. Skrull's Hide. Another upkeep token generator. Sort MB. O token each. No, Scryfall, don't be down. Well, that sucks. I think what I'll do, because Scryfall's down, is we'll compare and contrast this to a different Mardu tokens deck we've kind of looked at. There should be one in here. We get one like almost every other week. Am I blind? Okay, here we go. Treasure. And tokens here. Okay. Sand Scout's a good shout out. That does make tokens, kinda. Voice of Victory doesn't make tokens in a very useful way, in my opinion. This is not a tokens deck. I'm going to look for a decks that contain Jacked. Okay, here we go. This is something to lock in on. Starfield Shepherd can kind of act as a token in a way where you can get a 1-drop and then, I don't know. That doesn't really work out well with the Blood Avatar, does it? It would be 1 mana reduction. Okay, maybe you run Adapt Water Shaper and Adeline. Sure. Blight Mound, what does that say? That's when creatures die, right? Whenever a non-token creature dies. I don't know. We're only second tokens, really. Okay, this hand's very keepable. Draw. Sundown Pass tapped. Next turn. Untapped. Blackcleave Cliffs. Iggy Azalea. Next turn. 1, 2, 3. Adeline. Swing with Iggy Azalea. Make 2 soldiers. Maybe only one's gonna live on turn 3. And then this turn, dink. 1, 2, 3. Gut. Swing with Adeline. And then you make 2 human soldier or 3 human soldiers, and then you sack one of the human soldiers to the gut trigger to turn it into a 4/1 skeleton with menace, which is probably going to be the creature token that lives in this exchange. Next turn. Soul Ring, that's basically a land drop, why not? White Mustard. Mustard! And then at that point, you might as well SRAM's Expertise and then cast it for free and then get 3 servos. And then you move to combat, swing with this, make another tapped skeleton. Something definitely died this combat, so you get a skeleton token. And then, here we go. Red, black. Blood Avatar. Sack these 3 servos to do it. Command zone. Red, black. Sack. Oh, I guess you can tap 3 things. So 1, 2, 3. And then you do it again. Where's Blood Avatar? There we go. So you get 2. Honestly, you might not do it again. Maybe just cast Adar. And then you swing with the 2 avatars. You swing with your menace skeletons. You swing with the human soldier. You get 3 more human soldiers. 2 of them die. 1 of them turns into a skeleton. You populate the Blood Avatar. You get a zombie token. So like here, it's kind of working out. Even with like missing a couple land drops. This hand's keepable. Blood Crypt, next turn. Exotic Orchard, Bitter Blossom, next turn. Fairy. Dragon Skull Summit. 1, 2, 3. Let's just a Johnny here. Okay, great. Or maybe it's Azazel. Although you could just Azazel at the same turn you do Blood Avatar, so I'm not really too worried about that. So cat token, next turn, get a Fairy Rogue. Okay, sadly we miss our land drop, but we just go call the Copper Coats, target ourselves, make 4 human soldiers. Or we could just cast the Blood Avatar, or we could just cast Azazel. Let's cast Azazel here. Next turn, Dark Fortress, Stink, Black Red, sack 2 Fairy Rogues and a cat. That flips a Johnny. That makes us a Blood Avatar. And you can actually wait, because this is a trigger. You could tap the Johnny to the Azazel cast to get a second one, and then you have, it exiles, comes back. And then you go +0, make a cat. And then you get to shoot something because it is... You control a red permanent. In fact, you control multiple. So you get to shoot something for 5. Jesus. Where is cat? Okay, let's just use the copy. And then you can hold up Thraben Charm here, exile Graveyard, or blow something up. You swing with the Blood Avatars. Like, Johnny's probably gonna explode and die, but like he did his job, right? Here you can go Afterlife Insurance. One, two, three, four. Make 2 blood avatars because you can let the afterlife triggers resolve first. In fact, they have to resolve first. And then you tap the spirits to the Azalea trigger. And then the card we drew was Demonic Tutor. Okay, so swing. Isolated Chapel. I think I just want one more land in this deck. And it's going to be like an MDFC, so it's like really high floor. But I think 39 plus 2 land cyclers would probably do this deck well. Could be like a Bogart Trawler. That's just a creature you can sack. This goes wide. Good with the go wide, rather. Witch Enchanter blows something up. Yeah, sure, we can Witch Enchanter. Over a plane. Oh, not over a plane, sorry. Over something else. Probably some form of expensive removal. Probably over rights. And Deadly Dispute can also go. And instead of Deadly Dispute, you can run Will of the Marty's already in. Call the Coppercoat's already in. Okay, yeah, no, then we're fine. We can keep that in. The Deadly Dispute. Although I don't really like these sack draw 2 things. How do you feel about like an extra combat? That could be interesting. Extra combat also works really well with Lord Skitter. Works really well with Legomos, Hand of Hatred. What's like a nice cheap extra combat? Maybe just Fear of Missing Out? Imagine like Fear of Missing Out with like Jacked Rabbit, and you untap the Jack Rabbit and swinging with the Jack Rabbit again. Or you and you have Adeline in play, so you make 3 soldiers twice. You have Gut, which makes 2 skeletons a turn instead of sacking only once a turn. All your Ishin triggers go off again. Legomos is a beginning of combat trigger. Lord Skitter is a beginning of combat trigger. Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. That seems very good. So yeah, FOMO in. Playtest. This hand looks incredible. Draw. Blood Crypt. Skull Clamp. Like, notice how these fast lands, by the way, are entering untapped every single time. Jadar. You get a Zombie with Decayed. Zombie. And then you go dink, 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 Lord Skitter Sewer King. Beginning of combat on your turn, you make a wrap. Next turn. Dink, Soul Ring. Equip, don't tap like an idiot. Equip 1 Soul Ring to a rat. Draw 2 cards. Okay, we're still floating 1. 1, 2. Adeline. Swing with Lord Skitter. You make a rat at beginning of combat. You also make 3 soldiers. Maybe only 1 lives. Yeah, it's turn 4. 1 could possibly live here. Either way, we're not too reliant on it. 1, 2, Azazel. Azazel's felt fucking awesome, by the way. Move to combat, make a rat. And then you go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Or maybe you don't move to combat. Maybe you just sack 3 things that you already have. And then you awaken the Blood Avatar. Tap 1, 2, 3. Make the Avatar token twice. This is sick. Great job. This is a cool deck. I don't trust Fast Lands. I will always draw them late when I need 1 extra mana. I've never had that happen to me. Legitimately, I don't think I've had that happen where I couldn't weave it into a turn. Like as a tap land later. Or I like had them not come in like early when I needed them most. Like I do love the Fast Lands quite a bit. Snail's with me with the Fast Lands. We both agree that they're pretty high floor. Like late game, you just already have so much mana, and it's like, okay, great. In that case, I'll just like play two drops and play my tap land, and then next turn I'll do this, whatever. Like if you're like, oh please, for heavens above, give me 1 untapped land and you draw it, that would feel pretty bad. But I feel like those situations are kind of few and far between for me. I feel like body count maybe is just a little hard to weave into a turn. Some of these turns feel very mana efficient.
Maybe it's just like a Mother of Runes. But Mother of Runes, I don't know. There's not like a single thing here where I'm like, I need to protect it. I'm going to die if I don't. We could do Chthonian Nightmare. Just a very strong grindy card in this like creature-heavy token deck. Right? Sack a creature, return Chthonian Nightmare to its owner's hand to return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. And then you have all these tokens. So, like, if Adeline never dies, you can resurrect Adeline off of one of your tokens and then get back to Adeline every turn. Like, that's pretty decent. I like that. Like, the Afterlife Insurance felt kind of fun that one game. I'm a little dubious of Despark. We did add 2 kill spells in Kabira Takedown and Thraben Charm. I've just... Despark has felt off recently. Each opponent may copy it. Fuck off. That's so funny. Oh, I see. We had an infinite combo with Stormkiln Artist in this. Because Fury Storm can infinitely copy itself. So, that's funny. Honestly, what if instead of a Swords, we did a Lightning Bolt? And the thinking is that Lightning Bolt is not as good of a removal spell. It's still a fine removal spell. A lot of things are 3 toughness that matter. But the joke is you can just like... If you've cast Exos like 4 times this game, you can just go Lightning Bolt, Fury Storm, 15 damage, die. Like, that's kind of funny. The fact that this can explode someone. Is this an Auric list? No, this is not an Exodus list. This is specifically Blood Avatar we're focusing on. But, yeah, I do like that Lightning Bolt play you can do with Fury Storm. Okay, so we have one more slot to play around with then. Does the Blood Avatar deal damage or does it cause life loss? It deals 3 damage to each opponent. So what if you did, oh my god, this is so funny. Fear of Burning Alive. Wait. So you swing... And then all of your Blood Avatars lightning bolt the opponents. And then the Fear of Burning Alive goes, okay, great, start bolting all the creatures. We're already running FOMO. It makes sense to run the other Delirium creature from Duskmourn here. Why not? That's funny. The idea of the turn of, like, you have a bunch of blockers, so you might live through this turn, maybe, and you just drop 6 mana Fear of Burning Alive, and then you swing with all the Blood Avatars, and then it clears the way for the combat damage to get through. That's cool. I like that a lot. Okay, that's hype as hell. Cool. Final last minute recommendations. I do think Tempt with Mayhem's a little too crazy. However, it's funny, so you should keep it. But if you ever get sick of it, something like Mizium Mortars, something like Winds of Abandon, right? These are very good in these creature-based, aggressive, kill you kind of decks, of which this can take that posture with the Adelines and the Guts. These can clear the way for those. This might make it look too much like a tokens deck, just random Mardu tokens, so maybe not. But if you feel like you can't get past blockers very frequently, these are 2 ways to go about that. Without requiring the Blood Avatar to be in play, because this is a good way to get past blockers too, but you need the Blood Avatars. Okay. Well, I think that's about that does. I can't speak. That just about does it there. Great, and I think that does it for our stream as well. I'm a little bit hungry, so YouTube, check the description if you're interested in getting your deck reviewed. Thank you so much for joining us.